Hey guys and welcome back to my channel. This is part 3 of what Naruto was the Heir Sitri in high school DxD. Before we begin, don't forget to like, share and subscribe, and also go and support the author, link in description. Naruto, along with his peerage, Sona, and her peerage, waited in the family room. News of Rias being kidnapped, along with Akeno too. It was a scenario that made Naruto on edge. How ironic if he and Itachi were talking about someone taking Rias. Sirzex, along with Rias's parents, were immediately notified. So as not to cause problems or any other panic, it was decided to keep it between the two families and the current Maos. So, that's the plan then, huh? It's a little ironic that he asked for me, and me alone. Naruto stood in front of the hologram of Sirzex, Lucifer and Seraphol. Sirzex was sitting at a desk, with Graphia in the background, and Seraphol standing next to him. Sirzex had his elbows on the desk and his hands clasped under his chin. He had a very hard stare off into the distance. Now not many things could truly piss off the strongest devil in the underworld. But this one was one of them. Many devils across the underworld could currently feel Sirach's anger and rage welling up inside of him. They may not have known the reason, but to whomever pissed the strongest devil of the underworld, may Satan have mercy on their soul. The coordinates say his place is hidden in the Gobi Desert. It's not a hard place to find, in fact, it's in the middle of nowhere. But I know it's a trap, it's obvious, too obvious. Sirzex spoke up after almost 10 long minutes of grueling silence. Yeah, the most obvious thing to do is go there. I'll go and I'll bring Rias and Akeno back, whomever this asshat is going to pay.
Naruto clenched his fist as his magic aura appeared around him. You sure this is a good idea, Naruto NYA?
Kuroka looked at him, worried for her master.
I want you to be safe. Take us with you. Sharon added as she slid next to Naruto, gently tugging on his shirt. Itachi closed his eyes and stayed silent, no matter how they approached this. Both ways are risky, no matter what Naruto were to choose. Sarah's and Alucard were present, but for now, they were silent to see what they decided on.
Truthfully, Alucard just smirked and decided to stay silent. Currently, Kiba was being tended to by Shuri, Akeno's mother.
Naruto sighed at what they should do. Just then Naruto moved his hand out to the door. The door opened as black ice climbed up someone. Everyone looked over to see a tall man appearing to be in his 20s with an average build, black hair, golden bangs, and a black goatee. The man chuckled with his hands frozen in a surrender sign. Well, I'll be frozen to a popsicle by the one and only Black Frost Emperor. Naruto sighed as he crossed his arms, the ice holding the man still as everyone awaited his answer. He glanced at Seraphol's angry face on the hologram, then back at the frozen figure in the doorway. Oh, it's you, Naruto said with a hint of exasperation.
Sona, Seraphol, and Sirzex were intrigued. Oni-sama, you know this guy? Sona asked, confused. Wait, Naruto-tan.
You know who he is? Seraphol added, her tone sharp. Naruto raised an eyebrow, rubbing his temples as if recalling something embarrassing. Yeah, I know him, he muttered. Azazel chuckled nervously through chattering teeth, clearly amused despite being frozen. "You're not still mad about that, are you?" he said with a mischievous grin. Naruto rolled his eyes and smirked. "Mad? No. Just annoyed that you thought summoning a fallen angel accidentally into my room was a good idea." Azazel laughed, even though his situation wasn't the most comfortable. How was I supposed to know she'd think you were the one who summoned her? He protested, his grin widening. "You can't deny it was a good prank." Naruto's eyebrow twitched as the memory resurfaced. "It wasn't a prank when I had to explain why there was a half-naked succubus passed out in my room when Sona and Rias showed up."
Azazel, still frozen, shrugged as much as the ice allowed. In my defense, the ritual circle didn't say, "occupied." The room was dead silent before Seraphol finally burst out angrily at the hologram. "Naruto, you should have frozen him back then." Naruto sighed. "I considered it no fun, but now could you maybe let me go here? You're literally stronger than I am, just break out of it." "Geez, no kindness shown to me, come on."
"Not like we even welcomed you in with open arms." Naruto shot back. "Ouch."
"How hurtful, after all I did for you. Even setting you up with a hot fallen angel girl to do as you wish." Sharon frowned, and Kuroka shouted out, "Naruto-sama is only allowed to do things like that to me, nya. I like her, she gets it." Azazel cracked his neck as the ice shattered around him. "Oh, also, I brought a friend of mine." Azazel walked in as out next to him walked a man, the appearance of a middle-aged, gruff-looking man with black hair, a matching beard, and a muscular body. Naruto looked to see Barakiel. Naruto simply nodded his head towards the man. Naruto has tried to convince Akeno to speak with her father. Yet she refused, and Barakiel asked Naruto to give her time. Barakiel nodded towards Naruto without uttering any words and walked inside, and stood next to Azazel. Seraphol looked annoyed and turned to someone off-screen of the hologram. "Mo. Come on, I want to be there with my Naruto-tan and Sotan. I want to go to Behemoth. Please, Lady Seraphol, you must be professional here." The voice of Behemoth could be heard over the hologram. "Getting back to business, Azazel, why are you there?" Sirzex asked while raising an eyebrow. "Well, besides the fact that we have a pure-blooded devil who can wield one of the world's strongest sacred gears, who is currently having a friend kidnapping dilemma, spies within my organization have found it to be the old Satan faction behind this." Azazel closed his eyes, deciding to give the information he had found on them. Naruto sighed as he realized something else, "And you know who the person is who took Rias and Akeno?"
"Their motive?"
"The base. Anything that can tell me about this guy?" "Yes, I know where and who it is as well."
"I'll throw you a bone. You've managed this much so far. It's Soul Gear."
Old loyal member of the old Satan faction, being used as a puppet and more for his self-preservation.
"Of course, when the Maos heard of his plan, they wanted to jump in."
Anything to hurt the current Lucifer of this new Satan faction. The room was silent, waiting for the additional information that Azazel had. Naruto's hand began to make a fist as his fist began to bleed. Azazel took note and then noticed the steam coming from Naruto's hand and saw his self-inflicted wound heal. Naruto gritted his teeth and finally broke the minute-long silence. "Spit it out, Azazel. Where is he keeping Rias and Akeno? Where, and why?" Naruto snapped angrily as Sona looked at Naruto, noticing how uncharacteristic this was of him. Naruto almost never snapped or ever got angry like this. This was new for many, even Sona. Damn it Azazel, what do you want? Naruto's aura shot to life as a chilling yet dangerous aura released from Naruto's body. Hey, I think it's an easy favor, as all I'd ask in return. Of course, all I ask if for your word on your family's name and all. Azazel shot Naruto a smirk, knowing that Naruto would play into his hands. Fine, what is it? Wait, are you sure about this, Oni-sama? Sona quickly jumped in, worried that it would be a bad idea. Hey, easy, not like I'm asking him to give up his powers or anything. Azazel quickly held his hand up, trying to ease everyone's worry. Seraphol was about to say something as well, along with Kuroka and Sharon. Of course, Itachi stayed silent and could tell that Azazel had no ill intent.
Of course, though Naruto could tell as well. He was already annoyed and wanted to move on.
He wanted to save Rias and Akeno.
Fine. What is it? Simple. All I ask is you allow me to look at y'all. Sacred gears tend to be something I find as a hobby. It could help you control it, power it up, maybe even help y'all out with some other things. Like magic and more. Not only that, but y'all got a nifty little trick there. Azazel began to rub his chin, thinking about the steam that came from Naruto's hand. It seemed like there was even more than Naruto on top of him having a sacred gear. Deal. Awesome. His mansion is currently invisible and in the human world in the Gobi Desert. The entrance is actually in the mouth of an ancient earth dragon. Azazel smirked as he held up a picture, not easy to find, but I have my sources that help me out. Good thing it's in neutral territory, so have it there. Like that, Naruto finally relaxed as he looked over to the others.
He saw Kiba come walking into the room banged up and being helped by Ceres.
And Naruto, did you find out where they took Bucko? Yeah, we did, and I'm going there to not get captured.
I'm going there to kick his ass, beat him into an inch of his life.
Cough, cough. I didn't get a chance to tell you. Ichi said to come alone, as well with Kuroka, Sharon, and Valerie magically sealed. Kiba coughed up some blood as he passed out as Ceres kept him from falling. He doesn't have information on Alucard or Ceres. They could help me greatly in his. Naruto quickly noted, to which Alucard and Ceres nodded their head. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, Naruto, but Sir Integra has an assignment. One that I can take care of if you need. Alucard added as Naruto knew of the mission Alucard needed to take care of. Problematic vampire over in Poland. You should have the police girl help you. You can get to learn her combat capabilities. I see, thanks, Alucard. We should do just fine. Thanks for the reminder. Naruto glared at Azazel as he shrugged his shoulders. Hey, a man's gotta find a way to get information, and I got it to you. A deal is a deal, am I right? Everyone continued to glare at the fallen angel as he sighed. Ya know what? Fine. I'll throw you a bone. He's talented in magic, so watch out for it. I also know he has an assistant who's not only attractive, but strong. Zoldyr himself is quite smart. He took all the magic and technology he knew. He gave his servant life. She is quite the intricate and special being. Fine. Good to know anything else before I begin prepping? Naruto turned to see Kuroka, Sharon, and Valerie ready to fight. NYA know we're ready to fight. Kuroka smirked, ready. Sharon tightened a glove onto her fist. Let's rock his world. If he thinks he can even touch me, he has another thing coming. Valerie said with a scowl on her face. If her instincts were telling her anything, it was clear this man was no gentleman. Sirzek spoke up. Naruto, there is one condition I have that I ask of you.
Naruto looked over to Sirzek. Ask away, Sirzek. I simply ask you to make sure he pays dearly for even laying a hand on Rias. Trust me, I planned on doing that already.
Era, don't hog him all for yourself. Make sure to save a piece of him for me. Everyone looked over to see Shuri come walking into the room. Shuri may have been human, but everyone could feel the dangerous look she was giving off. Everyone felt a chill go down their spine, and Barricule even shivered, remembering how his wife was. Wouldn't have it any other way. Dot 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 dot. Later meeting room. Oni-sama, this is insane. You're walking straight into a trap. Everyone was in a meeting room in their house, and currently, Sona was not having any of it. He's going to use the girls against you, even if you magically seal them off. He might have a way to seal them himself, rendering your magic sealing useless. Not only that, but he has something that would grant him a way to harm you and the others. Naruto sighed as he leaned back in his chair as he was rubbing his face. Naruto already gave them his plan. There was little Sona and the others could do. A lot of it depended on what Naruto was going to plan. This man, Zoldyr, was certainly a powerful individual and part of the old Satan faction. He could very well have backup and support from them if they were to attack. Sona-sama, What other choice does he have? Tsubaki spoke up, gaining everyone's attention, surprising a lot of people. Not often does the Queen of Sona speak against her. I mean, I understand what Kaicho is saying, Tsubaki. Naruto-sama could really get himself hurt. Along with the others, Momo added, looking over to Naruto with her own worries.
Sona picked up some new peerage members, Momo Hanakai, Rei Kusaka, Tomo Meguri, and Tsubasa Yura,
who were first years with Sona and everyone else. Tsubaki closed her eyes and thought for a moment. Think for a moment. Kaicho, Naruto-sama is putting his peerage at risk to save them.
Honestly, it's admirable, and the others so easily believe in him. I say we do our best to support him and even find a way to help him out. Even still, it's worrisome. I don't want them to get hurt. I just feel like going up against someone who could have been a Mao. Seems dangerous. Sona nervously rubbed her arm, and did not like the idea of Naruto possibly being weaker than someone. Naruto has always been someone she saw as invincible and could never be beaten. The fact that the old Satan faction is involved worries her.
Naruto walked over and saw his twin in distress, and pulled her into a hug. Sona, blushing from the close contact, gently released her cold demeanor towards her peerage. To soft sobs of worry about Rias, Akano, and now Naruto. Naruto smiled, looking down at his twin. I really do have a great family. Nay, Sona? She simply nodded her head in his chest. Thanks for worrying so much about me, but he wants me. No way am I letting this guy lay a hand on Rias or Akano, let alone anyone in my peerage. I don't care who he is. He'll regret messing with the Sitri in Granary House.
Valerie smiled as she saluted to Sona. Don't worry Sona, Itachi and Kuroka have been training us all.
Along with Sarah's helping out, I am one of Naruto-sama's knights with the powers of a bishop. Don't worry, I can provide extra support with this. Sarah spoke up as she placed a hand on a weapon that sat on the table. Sona looked at the weapon and simply sighed. She did admit it did make her feel somewhat better. Don't worry, we'll be able to help from the shadows. Itachi added as he pulled a plate or armor from his sacred gear space. This is my shadow armor, great for stealth and allows me to merge with the shadows. He won't know what hit him. I'll be right by Naruto in this. He's not getting anything over us. I won't let him. Sharon lifted her fist up into the air, ready to fight. Besides, he kidnapped my sweets. Naruto deadpanned, looking at Sharon. I don't get it. Rias and Akano give you cookies because they find you adorable, and you let them call you Kaneko. Is that all you see them as?
Hey, they wanted to give me the sweets, them simply calling me a nickname.
I don't mind whatsoever. Everyone deadpanned at Sharon's response to wanting to save Rias and Akano. They were her sweets. NYA. Don't worry, Naruto-sama.
We'll beat this guy up and bring Rias and Akano home.
And as a reward, I expect something, okay?
Kuroka cheered out excitedly as she wrapped an arm around Naruto. Naruto nodded his head. Yes, if there is something you wish or desire, help me with this.
I'll make sure to do my best to make it come true. Dot 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 dot. Few hours later, Gobi Desert. Naruto, Itachi, Kuroka, Valerie, and Sharon were ready and at the scene. Alucard had to travel all the over to Poland to deal with an issue. Ironically, things don't ever go the way they want, but for now Naruto would have to make do. With his team stretched a bit thin, Naruto did what he had to. Naruto, along with Azazel, prepped magic seals to seal away the girl's powers.
Of course, the seal had a fail-safe to deactivate and override any other magic seals placed on them.
As long as the new seal used isn't above Azazel's magic power. It was unlikely Zolgir had that capability, so for now they had to bank on the old devil being quite weak. Naruto arrived out in the open of the Gobi Desert with the location given by Kiba. Zolgir gave Kiba the longitude and latitude to meet his location. As Naruto stood there with the girls behind him and himself there and presented Zolgir. Just then a door opened in front of them as Naruto and the girls met with the girl. Zest looked to Naruto and gestured her way inside. Zolgir-sama has been waiting for you. Please come inside. Naruto just looked at Zest annoyed and angry, but decided to not act rash just yet. Naruto, along with the girls, went inside and made their way through the hall. The place was rather nice and looked well furnished. Soon they went what seemed like a throne room, and Naruto saw a man come walking up. He smirked as he looked to Naruto. Well, it seems the foolish Sitri heir did exactly what I asked. Zolgir held his hand out as his hand began to glow red. He was going to place the spell to override the magic seal on the girls. Just then Naruto shot his hand out, pouring his magic as it glowed blue. Just then Zolgir shot his other hand out and Naruto saw a symbol appear on his hand. From what Naruto saw, his hand had a symbol for infinity on it. Before
Naruto could realize it, the power and control he had on the seals. The seals he had on them were immediately shattered. Kuroka, Valerie, and Sharon were immediately immobilized. Naruto didn't say anything. He was rather surprised by this.
Naruto knew there was not much else he could do. So, Naruto held his hand up as black frost began to appear off his hand. I would hold it right there.
Naruto looked over to then see another copy of Zolgear.
Naruto turned his head and then back to the other Zolgear. He saw that one disappears. Ha 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 ha. You really though I wouldn't have a contingency plan.
I'll admit, I did not prepare that Azazel of all people would help you.
The real Zolgear held his hand up. You may wonder how I was able to break it. Simple. One word. Ophis. Naruto saw Rias and Akano both come in from the other room.
The two were floating in midair with their hands binded up in the air.
Their legs chained to the side. It was clear they were incapacitated. Naruto's eyes began to glow a dark blue as a layer of black ice magic began to emit off his body. If you laid even a finger on them, I swear I will make sure you wish you were dead. NYA. This wasn't part of the plan. Kuroka cried out in a panic, realizing things had gone sideways.
Sharon tried to break out using her brute strength. When she realized it was for nothing, she sighed annoyed. Balls, it seems he actually had some brains.
Zolgear chuckled. He. The two last remaining Neko shell. Zolgear looked to Sharon and Kuroka with perverted intent, which made both Kuroka and Sharon seem to cower away from him in disgust. Damn it, Common. Just once I got some training from Sarah's, I'm stuck here useless. Valerie shouted annoyed, trying to break free of her bindings. What this? The daughter of Teps? How interesting. I was not informed you were part of his peerage. But a most welcome surprise nonetheless.
Zolgear went over to Valerie and chuckled next to her, causing her to move away as much as she could from him. So, you're nothing more than a perverse womanizer.
Naruto, forced to lower his hand, had to think of a new strategy. For now, he had to hope and rely on that Itachi and Sarah's hadn't been found out in his shadow. Zolgear smirked as he aimed his other hand towards Sharon, Valerie, and Kuroka. The three were also bounded and chained like Akano and Rias. Sharon, Valerie, and Kuroka did their best to break said chains, but it was for naught. You cannot begin to imagine the trouble I had to go through with the old Satan faction. Getting Ophis to even share a bit of her power was such an easy feat. Thanks to that, now I got the heir to the Gremory family along the Sitri heir. The hell do you even want with them? I don't even know who you are. Naruto hated this. All of this, the fact he didn't even know who this man was until now, was infuriating. All Naruto wished he could do right now was listen to this man babble. It's the fact that you think you're already a step ahead of me, when I'm already 3 steps ahead of you. I knew you would seek aid of someone stronger than you. I expected Searsex or someone like that. But Azazel, working with our natural enemy? That's something I would have not imagined. I don't get it. You didn't answer my question. Why did you target me? Why go after the others? Naruto went to move to attack Zolgear. Naruto figured it had to be his boosted gear. Come on, have you looked at yourself? A man of your stature, your level, prestige, and more. You got so lucky on so many levels. Not only that, but you of all other devils.
We're born with a sacred gear. I am Zolgear.
A descendant of the original Lucifer. I've had many women who moaned in pleasure at my power and mere touch. My main goal after all this was to simply take back for what was rightfully mine. The hell do you mean? Naruto was fuming at this point. Zolgear was nothing more than a pathetic old man. A womanizer, no one or anyone special. Naruto tried to see if he could blindside Zolgear with a spell. I wouldn't do that if I were you.
Zolgear quickly inserted before Naruto moved as he chuckled, walking up to Naruto.
If you lose even a little bit from that spot or try to resist, I will kill them. Zolgear gestured to Rias, Akano, Kuroka, Sharon, and Valerie. I have casted a spell on them the moment I would be killed. They would die as well, so don't think you can kill me that easily. Now be a good boy and behave. Don't make it harder than it needs to. This caused Naruto to pause. Besides, the fact you haven't even done anything to these beautiful flowers is a crime in itself. Zest could only look onwards at Naruto with a bit of an upset look on her face. The hell do you mean by that? Naruto did not like what Zolgear was inferring on what Naruto should have already done. It's the fact you got in my way and took Kuroka and Sharon from me. Zolgear crossed his arms in front of his chest. I was going to acquiring them for myself until you stepped in. My informant was trying to ask them to join his peerage. He was then going to sell them to me for a handsome amount of money. Bastard couldn't do anything right. Zolgear let a raspberry out annoyed. Mental note, find the guy, whatever his name was. beat the living shit out of him. Naruto made note of that, and right now, Naruto now had to figure out how the hell he was going to get out of this bind. Naruto looked left and right, and Naruto could see the magic seal placed on the girls. Naruto, looking at it, could not figure out what the seals were. If anything, he needed to make sure he could actually break Zolgir's control. As to what I meant to before why you haven't done anything to these beautiful flowers, Zolgir smirked as he looked to Rias and Akano. He made his way over towards them. He snapped his fingers as the magic restraint placed on Akano and Rias. Were the placed on Sharon, Kuroka, and Valerie, you haven't betted any of them, they're all just ripe for the taking. He cupped Rias's cheek with his hand. Keep you hands off me.
Rias snarled as she moved her face around to remove his hand off her face.
Which reminds me, I do have a gift for a friend of mine, too. Zolgir chuckled as he snapped his fingers as a magic circle appeared within the room. A girl with blonde hair, green eyes, and dressed in a nun outfit hung in the air, with the aide who told me where to find Rias's and Akino's daily life patterns. I acquired this little tart, a lady of the cloth, and a nun who was excommunicated by her very own church. He scratched my back, I scratched his, now that I got this one. I don't need her, thanks for coming. You've made this deal a hell of a lot sweeter for myself. Zolgir smirked as he chuckled, deciding to release her after everything my plan has yet to be foiled. Now with these brand new flowers you brought me, I guess I'll be getting to taste them myself. Zolgir chuckled as he placed a hand on Rias's breasts, groping it. Keep your hands off her. Akano snarled out. Asshole. Valerie shouted. You bastard. Kuroka screamed out, struggling against the restraints. Naruto, seeing this, his aura blew up, causing winds within the palace to erupt. Ice began to form on the ground as his fists tightened from his anger. Zolgir was taken back as he felt the pressure, and it didn't help once the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet appeared on his right hand. Naruto's usual gentle violet eyes turned green, burning with anger, as his sacred gear began to shout, Boost! 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 Explosion! Naruto hit the limit his body can handle with his ramped-up boosts. Naruto's aura began to transcend Zolgir's exponentially as he froze on the spot. Naruto, feeling his power increase dramatically, stuck his hand out. "You bastard." Naruto took a step forward, ignoring Zolgir's warning from before. Naruto, with his right hand stuck out like hand knife, swung it down as the green gem glowing, shouted, "Null Void." Zolgir felt his connection that was on the magic seal on the girl's break. What? How in the hell? Naruto growled in anger as his sacred gear began to glow. Just then Itachi and Sarah's shot out from Naruto's shadow. Itachi looked to Sarah's, grabbed Kuroka, Sharon, Valerie, and the nun girl. "I got Rias and Akano." Itachi shouted as he dashed towards Rias and Akano. Sarah's did as he ordered as she extended her right hand out and grabbed Sharon. Her shadowy-like arm with Valerie, Kuroka, and the nun.
The girls made a bolt for the exit, leaving Naruto behind with Zolgir and Zest. "What was your name again?" Naruto muttered with a low draconic voice. Zolgir growled out as he took his stance, "I am Zolgir Asmoedus. I will not be defeated by a snotty noble devil of the Sitri family. Die." Zolgir raised his hands as he shot a wave of red flames towards Naruto, trying to incinerate him. Just then black and blue flames shot out from the wave of fire Zolgir sent towards Naruto. Zolgir, feeling the resistance, began to pour more magic into it. However, he noticed something off. He realized his flames were being burned. What is this? The Sitri family aren't known for their fire magic. Naruto quickly shot out more black and blue fire which ate up Zolgir's flames. Zolgir, wanting to avoid the flames, took a step backwards from Naruto's flames. Naruto's aura turning from a black icy aura turned to a dark green icy aura. Naruto felt his power increase again. Boost. "You decided to kidnap my friends, harm my peerage. You have the gall to not only lay your hands on Rias. You threatened to take away my family from me." Didrag, within Naruto, felt everything he was feeling. As a dragon emperor, wants Naruto to make this insignificant worm regret ever crossing paths with his host. Then let's make this worm regret crossing paths with his partner. Didrag shouted out as Naruto nodded in agreement. "If you think you can beat me, a candiate for a Mao, you got another thing coming."
"I'll make sure when I have you on your knees to feet."
"I'll string you up and make you watch as I do as I please with your women."
"Shut you pie-hole asshat." Naruto mumbled out. Zolgir, not knowing what he said, shouted, "The hell are you mumbling about, boy?" Zolgir shouted as he prepared another magic spell until Naruto quickly zipped in front of Zolgir, catching him off guard. "I said, shut your damn mouth." Naruto's aura shot brighter and more powerful than before. Outside in the Gobi Desert. Everyone made it outside from the entrance of the castle, which was disguised as an earth dragon. The group felt powerful magic coming from inside, surprising everyone. The winds blew even past the insides of the Earth Dragon. Ceres was quite impressed at the display of power. Just then a dark green pillar of power shot up from the castle. The dragon that was hiding as Zolgir's castle awoke and let out a screeching cry of pain. Everyone saw 3 figures leaving the backside of the dragon as it roared in pain. The glowing pillar of magic that was coming from Naruto stuck his hand out. Naruto calmly said, "Be at peace. Boost, 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 boost." Emerald Coffin. The air within the Gobi Desert began to drop rapidly in temperature. Suddenly a large prison of emerald-colored ice covered the Earth Dragon. Everyone looked onwards in awe in the display of Naruto's sudden growth in power. Naruto then mumbled, "Now shatter." The ice then broke apart into tiny emerald green glitter in the air, killing the Earth Dragon in an instant. Rias was in shock. I can't believe Naruto is matching the power of a Mao. Naruto's power began to rise once again. "I will make you pay for what you did to the others. What you said you were going to do to them." Naruto shouted in anger, which caused everyone else to hear the last parts of his words. Diedrich, feeling his partner's power drastically increased, felt him break his ceiling. "It's time, partner. Let's make this so-called Mao regret crossing paths with US. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker." Diedrich and Naruto shouted out as Naruto's appearance changed as his power has increased further. Naruto's body was quickly covered with red armor with some green jewels spaced across his body. Naruto had magic rocket boosters on his back along with dragon wings extended outwards. Once Naruto finished transforming, Zolgir was in shock as he floated back a couple feet. "How? How did you break my spell? With Ophis' power? You do this? How is this possible?" Zolgir then turned into anger and rage, confused about how Naruto could do this. "You had no data on you being able to erase magic. That's not an ability of the Sitri family, let alone the boosted gear." Naruto, floating, continued to glare daggers at Zolgir, which caused Zolgir to flinch at Naruto not answering him. "It's simple, you pissed me off. You made my mad. Now, you're going to regret ever laying hands on my girls. For touching Rias. But don't worry, I made made some promise to keep you alive. I won't kill you, but I will make you suffer for what you've done here. Naruto in his scale mail dashed forward and slammed his fist into Zoldyr, sending him careening into the ground. Naruto, seeing Zest flying next to where Zoldyr was, looked to Naruto, afraid of him. I have no qualms with you. You're just a mere servant of Zoldyr, no? Zest could only nod her head yes. Then stay out of my way. You try to stop me from taking your master in. You'll be next. Damn it, Zest. As your master, I demand you attack him. As your father, help me. Zoldyr shot his wings out and began to fly towards Naruto at high speed with a magic spell in hand. When Zoldyr got close, Naruto zipped forward as he swung his hand out, null void. Zoldyr's spell disappeared as he looked onwards in shock. How? How does he have this? Naruto then appeared above Zoldyr with his right fist pulled back. Suffocate in despair, Zoldyr, in my icy power. Zoldyr at the last second snapped his fingers as a magic circle appeared in front of him. Naruto saw Zest appear in front of him. He slammed his fist into her, not holding his strength back. Zest was sent flying into the ground from Naruto's attack. Naruto, seeing this, was quite surprised. The hell did do that for? She's your servant? Daughter? Is she not? Zoldyr chuckled as he prepared another powerful spell, one of the strongest in his arsenal. He. Just because I created, she is no daughter of mine. I simply created her with magic and magical tools. Truly a useless tool. Her emotions she has makes her flawed, but nonetheless useful. She served her purpose. Once done here, she'll be of no use to me. Naruto tightened his fist. This made him feel sympathy for Zest. A servant who has nowhere to go and follows him without much thought. She reminds him of Haku and how he viewed himself as a tool for Zabuza. Naruto, feeling pity, decided to ignore Zoldyr for a moment and floated down to Zest. Naruto could tell she was quite powerful. Naruto found Zest in a crater of sand as she laid there injured but still could fight. Naruto looked to her and spoke in a normal tone. This master you have doesn't treat well as he should.
Why stay with him? Are you his devil servant? Zest on the ground knew she was beaten by Naruto. I am not a devil servant like the evil pieces you use.
Zest placed her hand on her chest, but there is nothing I can do. Finished Zoldyr. Zoldyr chuckled. It seems you've taken a small liking to Zest. Ha, she's not much. Sure, she looks nice, but nothing more. Only useful to a meat shield, but if you were to ever kill me...
She would die as well through the master-servant pact. What's that? Naruto looked up to Zolgear. Bah, simple. Aside from being able to tell one another's location, a curse would activate whenever the servant either betray or feel guilt towards their master, and as shown by the varied colored collar that appears around their neck. Though the curse, which occurs, varies based on whatever magical nature was used in order to form it. Another effect of the contract is that it increases the power of both the servant and the master as the servant's loyalty grows. But if I were to die, well, so does she. Zolgear figured he could use this to his advantage. Nullvoid, Naruto muttered as the pact between Zolgear and Zest were immediately broken. What? You little. Naruto looked to Zest and gave her a gentle smile. When you took us into the place, I could tell it on your face. You didn't want to do this. I hope now you don't have much more desire to serve a bastard like him. Zest, feeling the contract break and no longer bounded. She closed her eyes and clenched her fist tightly. He still created me, that I will give him my thanks for. But once he is gone, I will have nowhere else to go. You might as well kill me. I am no use to him anymore. Zest looked down distraught. I have no use to anyone. Naruto, not wanting her to feel like she is useless, extended her hand out. Then join me and serve me as my devil servant. I promise that I would most definitely treat you better than he has. You don't have to call me master, but instead you can call me friend. Am I allowed to do something like that? Zest looked down at her hands. She was so used to doing everything for Zolgear and serving him. She never got to decide anything of her own, only gave advice and tried to help him. Naruto's helmet disappeared for a moment. Yes, you can. You are free of him. I broke your master-servant pact. You should be allowed to make your own decisions, allowed to be yourself. Only you can determine what you want to be now. Naruto extended his hand towards her. Zest, looking up to Naruto, was unsure, but he was offering her a place. A place for her to go to once this was over with. It was clear Zolgear was not winning this battle. I see. Zest takes his hands and stands up. I accept. Zest looked at Naruto, deciding for herself on what she wants to do. Zolgear, seeing this, enraged, growled out, You dare betray me, Zest? I will kill you for this betrayal. Die. Zolgear summoned a large ball of dark magic and then threw it towards Naruto and Zest. Naruto, seeing this, frowned as he stuck his hand out towards the incoming attack. Boost, 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 null void. Like that, his incoming attack was completely dispersed. Zolgear looked onwards as he saw Naruto holding Zest close to him as he dispersed the incoming attack. Wait here, Zest. I will finish this. Naruto's scale mail helmet appeared back as he dashed off towards Zolgear. Naruto appeared above Zolgear and muttered, Time to wrap this up, Zolgear. You will suffer what you've done to me and the people I love. Naruto then did a dive kick to his face and sent him careening into the ground. Zolgear slowly got up as he felt his head racketing with pain from the kick. Naruto landed next to him. Like I said before, I won't kill you, but I'm not letting you off easy for what you've done. But there are other people who wish to get off some of their grievances against you. Naruto stuck his hand out as a magic circle appeared below him. May the Maos have no mercy on your soul. Like that, Zolgear screamed out as he disappeared from sight. Naruto relaxed as his armor disappeared as he fell to one knee. Not bad, partner. You're progressing faster than any of my other hosts. Well done. Naruto was glad internally he was progressing well. Can't forget to mention Sacred Gear's work based on their users' emotions. The stronger the emotions of their user, the stronger it becomes. Naruto flew over to Zest as she joined him and flew towards Itachi and the girls. Naruto landed next to them. Rias and Akino began to thank everyone for saving them. Naruto finally felt relaxed. He felt at ease. Seeing Rias and Akino are now safe makes him feel more at ease. Knowing that Kuroka, Sharon, and Valerie were also safe made him happy. It seems it went well, but it still showed Naruto had more to learn. Come on, we should get home, everyone. Naruto added as everyone nodded in agreement as Naruto prepared a magic circle for the jump back home. Dot dot, dot dot, dot dot, dot dot, dot dot. Asterisk Kuo Town, Sitri Grimori Residency. It has been a few hours since Naruto rescued Rias and Akeno from Zolgyr. It was a rather one-sided battle. Once Naruto found a way to overpower Zolgyr's spell, it was over for Zolgyr. He couldn't do anything. Not to also forget and add in, Naruto was getting stronger. At his base he was still stronger than most high-ranking devils such as Saraorg, Rias, and Sona. But he was still weaker than a Mao without the help of his boosted gear. But he was getting stronger. He will only continue to do so as time went on. He was of course thanked a ton by Searsex, Zeodicus, Venilana, Shuri, and Baraquile for saving their daughters. Of course, Naruto was happy to have saved them, and said he couldn't have done without the help of the others. Course Sharon, Valerie, and Kuroka felt useless as they did basically nothing to support Naruto. As the three vowed to become even stronger than they were currently. Alongside with Itachi and Sarah's who agreed to help make sure they keep up. Not only that but a new addition to Naruto's peerage with Zest joining Naruto as his new pawn. She took up 2 of them, and one of them also mutated pawn. It was clear Zest had a lot of potential, and Naruto hoped she could learn to be her own self one day. Many were unsure of her, but as seen with Itachi and how loyal he has been. Many don't doubt Zest as her loyalty seemingly changed so easily. But many are unsure because it was made sounded like her loyalty was too easily switched. But Naruto intervened and said there was a master-servant pact that Zolgyr forced onto her. Thus, making her obedient and serving him without much sway in the matter. Naruto retired to his room for the evening, aware that news of his actions would soon be disseminated throughout the underworld. Searsex reported that Naruto had single-handedly defeated Zolgyr, a former Mao candidate from the old Satan faction. Rias and her queen, Akeno, were kidnapped in the process, prompting heightened alert across the underworld as the old Satan faction denied any involvement. For Naruto, the victory was bittersweet. As he lay on his bed, he reflected on Zolgyr's threats towards Rias and others, which filled him with anger and concern. He feared another attempt to abduct Rias, a friend who gradually became someone he profoundly cared for. Their shared experiences included watching anime, studying, and engaging in various activities such as visiting the zoo, bowling, and karaoke, all of which he cherished deeply. Sona once questioned Naruto's feelings for Rias, while Itachi asked if he truly cared for her, prompting Naruto to contemplate the implications of losing Rias. The mere thought of her marrying someone else made him feel ill. Similarly, Naruto pondered his relationship with Akeno, who despite knowing her for only a few years, felt like an old acquaintance. They worked through her emotional traumas together, fostering mutual happiness and support. As Rias's queen, Akeno always found time for Naruto, often showing affection toward him. His thoughts then turned to Kuroka and Sharon, members of his peerage. Learning Zolgyr's intentions to claim them after Dai sold them made him sick. Sharon, akin to a younger sister, displayed consistent affection and loyalty, although her age made Naruto uncertain about her deeper feelings. Kuroka, with her vivacious and playful nature, added humor and energy to their family dynamic. Her loyalty, whether stemming from duty, desire, guilt, or gratitude for providing a home, was unwavering. Valerie's trauma and recovery efforts also held significant importance for Naruto. Her perseverance despite being half-human and vampire reminded him of his sister and mother from his past life. Valerie's gentle nature and resilience were invaluable to his peerage. Finally, Naruto considered Sarah's and Alucard, both integral members of his team. Alucard remained unpredictable but loyal, while Sarah's exhibited strength and dedication. Losing either would adversely affect Naruto's life and sense of stability. Naruto sat up in bed, contemplating his thoughts. He recognized the importance of not losing those he cared about. His family would always be significant to him. If any of them wanted to pursue different paths, he accepted that possibility. He acknowledged that individuals like Kuroka, Sharon, Valerie, Rias, and Akeno could choose their own partners without interference from him. While he respected their decisions, he did have personal feelings about it, as he valued and cared for them all. He aimed for their happiness and believed he could play a role in achieving it. He realized he needed to move beyond Yugito, who had been engaged to his previous self. Recognizing the difference between past and present, he understood that this was a new life and a new world where unpredictable events could occur, including the potential loss of those he cared for. Just then a magic red circle appeared in his room and out appeared Rias. She had on her typical revealing PJs she liked to wear when going to bed. Naruto sat up as Rias came towards the bed. "How are you holding up? I could tell you have a lot on your mind." Rias looked to Naruto with a rather worried look on her face. Naruto seeing Rias come to him made him relax and almost forget about everything that worried him. "Yeah, I'll admit a lot has been bothering me, but knowing you're back here and safe, I feel much more at ease. But also, a lot has gotten me thinking. Well, I am still grateful for you saving us. To get the drop on us was sudden." Rias looked down upset. It made her mad that her and Akino were taken so easily. Especially if it was in broad daylight. Rias sat next to Naruto and rested her head on his shoulder. Naruto moved his hand over towards Rias's chin and had her look up at him. Naruto looked into her eyes and a gentle smile washed across his face. Naruto looked into her blue-green eyes. He felt his heartbeat quicken. He felt happy, at ease, he felt whole, and felt that them being together just felt right. "Rias, there is something I need to tell you." Naruto had a look of sincerity in his eyes, and he even felt nervous. "I'm listening." Rias smiled looking to Naruto wondering what he was going to say. "Well, I just, after what happened today, or these past 2 days. When you were kidnapped, I lost my cool and I got angry. I've never been angry enough to truly want to destroy everything in sight. When you were gone I felt, a part of me was gone. You not being there made me realize how much I missed you. How hurt I felt when you weren't by my side. It bothered me greatly that you weren't here." Naruto took a moment to breathe, and he then continued, I felt lost and sad, disappointed I couldn't do more. What hurt most all, that there was a possibility I'd never see you again. That one day you might go away to be with someone else. That there was a possibility of that one day." Rias gently placed a hand on Naruto's cheek as he gently moved his face into it. Rias gently rubbed it as she had some tears run down her face. I wondered so much whether you were just always nice to me or what. I wanted to know so badly, how much you cared me. When we spent that one evening together we held one another in bed. I wondered if you loved me, had any romantic feelings for me. I worried I pushed too hard, but I was just so unsure whether you had any feelings for me. When I learned you made a pact with Chisato Hasegawa, I worried she might have been your type. I was never going to get a chance to be with you." Rias looked down with a sad look on her face. "That's where I tried to make my move before she could do anything." Rias then smiled and looked back up to Naruto. "But, I was wrong, I was worried for nothing as I thought I pushed you too much." Rias leaned in close to Naruto and gently placed a kiss on his cheek. "I figured something out about you I never saw before. I saw someone who was so concerned about others. Someone who was so dead on making sure everyone else around him was always happy and content. You forgot to make sure you were always happy and content where you were at. Something always stopped you, held you back from fully enjoying life to the fullest." Naruto was rather surprised that she was able to deduce something like that. Itachi knew the reason, hell the others were beginning to also pick up on it. It was only a matter of time until someone did. The kicker, it was Rias. She was truly someone who understood him. Just like how Yugito did, but this was someone else. Someone who was not Yugito, but understood him. Everything from his greatness to his faults, no matter what they were. Yugito and Rias both accepted him for who he was. Naruto leaned in and gently captured Rias's lips. The two then separated after what felt like minutes, to what was only a minute of kissing. The two took a moment to breathe as Rias and Naruto held one another close. Naruto then said to Rias, Rias, I love you, I really do. From everything from your funny quirks of loving anime and everything Japanese. Come on. Rias pouted on that one comment. To your smarts, the pride in your family name, love for your family. To your desires of a family, to your peerage, and eventually your looks. You're one of the most beautiful people I've ever met, Rias. Rias blushed heavily from the compliments and the things he was saying to her. I love you, Rias. Rias giggled happily as she kissed Naruto on the lips. I do too. I've loved you for so long, Naruto. Rias hugged him close as the two fell onto the bed holding one another close. Naruto smiled as he gently placed his forehead to hers as she did the same. The two lay on the bed holding one another tightly, not wanting to let one another go. Then I guess then it's official then. Huh, Naruto suggested to Rias, to which it dawned on her. Right, that's right, that makes us official boyfriend and girlfriend now. Rias began to daydream of different dates they could go on, places to see, people visit as a couple, things to eat, and do things that normal people would in the world. Rias nuzzled her head into the crook of Naruto's neck as she let out giggles and let out a happy sigh. It's you and me now, Naruto. I'm so happy. Naruto, while happy, pondered internally. He did think back to Akeno, Kuroka, Sharon, and Valerie out there. Those girls, mainly Kuroka and Akeno, who he could tell now, had feelings for him. He wasn't sure what to do there, nor how to go about it. For now, it was one step at a time. He had Rias, he saved her, now she is his. Next step is to beat Riser and end this annoying standoff between the two. Rias is officially his, and if they continue together for the rest of their lives, then he was going to keep it that way. No way if he letting anyone else have Rias. Zolgir knelt chained with anti-magic chains in a dungeon of sorts as a single light lit up the room. He was beaten and bloodied and was not doing well. It hasn't even been 24 hours since he was captured and brought here. He knew he was in the underworld, as to where, well, he was unsure of that specifically. Just then the door opened as a figure came walking into the room. Zolgir looked up angrily as he saw Naruto come walking in. Naruto looked at him with an impassive look on his face. So, shit stain, you comfortable? Behind Naruto came Venilana, Zeoticus, Graphia, and Sirzex. Even when Naruto and the others walked up, out behind Naruto came Mira. She was here in Kronak's stead. Of course the Sitri family has a bone to pick with Zolgir. Sadly, Serafal had business with the West Yokai faction. Zolgir, I hope your stay has been comfortable. Venilana walked up with a dangerous destructive aura around her body. Zeoticus and Sirzex had their own powerful aura, one of mass amounts of power. Sirich's powerful aura of destruction, like his mother's aura. Graphia held her own icy cold stare similar to Myra's cold icy stare. ... With a certain fallen angel. Ah, it seems, the Grimoire family received their package. Azazel chuckled as he sat in his chair as he was residing within the Grimoire territory. He had a few places around the underworld in various different territories that the family owners may or may not know of. ... Zolgir replied, not saying anything as he was sweating under the pressure of these powerful devils. The ones he feared the most were the women. When you mess with the children of a mother, one would have to prepare to face the wrath of them. What do you all want? Zolgir asked worriedly, as he told them lots of information already. As much as he could have given. Naruto looked at Zolgir and walked up to him. Naruto formed an ice-black katana in his hand. Naruto walked up and swung the blade down as Zolgir's right hand fell to the ground. With Zolgir's hand free from the chains, reeled his hand to his chest. He screamed out in pain with his hand cut off. Aarrgggghhh. Why you little, Zolgir, with the little magic he had fired a spell at Naruto. Though Naruto swung his black ice katana, null void, Naruto cancelled his spell. Just then magic chains magically reattached to Zolgir's stump arm, this time tighter, not allowing him to pull it free even if he tried. I see, you overpower the other person's spell with your own, allowing you to disperse it, as long as your output is drastically stronger than the other person's spell. Sirzex placed a hand on his chin. I figured a demonstration would be helpful. Naruto nodded his head and then turned to Zolgir. Besides, I was meaning to take that hand. After all, it was the one that touched Rias. Venilana fired a magic ball of destruction destroying Zolgir's missing hand. Graphia summoned her own magic as ice covered Zolgir's left hand. Zolgir lost feeling in his left hand, which caused it fell off afterwards. The magic chains adjusted so he couldn't pull his left hand out of the chain either. There, he won't need those anymore. Mira said darkly as she turned to Naruto. Now, we came for what we needed. I just needed to see this waste of space for myself. I'm glad you beat him to an inch of his life. Naruto, let's go, the Grimoire can keep him as long as they wish. Naruto and his mother prepared to leave. Naruto, again thank you for saving Rias for us. Circex called out as Venilana gave him a smile and nodded her head. Yes, thank you for delivering this sack of shit to us. Venilana giggled as she raised her hand with destruction energy appearing. As a future son-in-law, you're fully accepted. This gift was acceptable, take care of Rias for us. Zeodicus added as she turned to face Zolgir. Like that, Naruto and his mother left the scene. The others went ahead and began to walk towards Zolgir, with full intentions to beat him to an inch of his life. Of course, killing him would be far too easy, and an easy way out. Zolgir will simply pay for what he has done. Whether he could ever pay off the said debt he was owed, as only determined by the Grimoire family. ... Asterisk Kuo Zu. Naruto stood at the front of the Kuo Zu. He was currently wearing a casual dress attire. He had on a orange polo and tan shorts, with a pair of casual dress shoes with his left hand in his pocket, and his right hand holding his phone out. Naruto looked at the text he received from his sister. Hold on a moment. You confessed to Rias. You left to go for a date. Why didn't you say anything this morning? Sona replied with an annoyed tone in her voice. Guess I didn't think too much of it, sorry about that. Besides, I think some of the other girls would have given us a hard time about it. You mean Akano and Kuroka? Fair, totally fair on that one. Be yourself and your date will go swimmingly. Since when did you know about relationship advice? I'm a girl. That is true, but even still. Oni-sama. Hey, I'm just messing with ya. Thanks Sona. You're lucky you're endearing. I know I am. Also try not to get into any fights. I know that. Hold the ramen today. Hey, come on, that's too far. No ramen. Fine, okay. Naruto relented. He knew his twin, Sona, was right. Just then he was cut off from his mental texting from his sister. Hey, Naruto. Naruto looked up to see Rias wearing a brown frizzly outfit, where it showed off her shoulders, and a good portion of her cleavage. She had a short skirt that went down about halfway down her thigh. Long leggings that came up to meet her skirt. She had a small purse attached to her side as she waved to him. Hope I'm not too late. Naruto chuckled mentally. This was the exact thing Rias has always wanted. To live the life of a teenage girl from an anime. Nah, I just got here myself not too long ago. Besides, if I was going to get to see you dressed like that, we should have started going out sooner. Rias blushed at the comment made from Naruto. Whoa. I've never heard compliments like that before. Rias blushed as she felt her cheeks heat up. Who knew he could be so smooth, and she wasn't minding it at all. Hey, I know I can do it, just chose to save it until it was necessary. Naruto chuckled as he reached out for Rias to grab. Rias walked up as she looped her arm around Naruto's. Come on, let's go. I can't wait to see some of the animals. You aren't gonna try to buy any of them, are you? Naruto joked. Mo, come on, don't be like that. Rias looked at Naruto with a small pout on her face. She then changed her facial look to one of being excited. Now let's go already. Rias latched onto his arm as she began to tug Naruto towards the zoo. As the two walked off, over from a light post by the entrance, there were people watching from afar from Rias's and Naruto's date. In disguises, Akano, Kuroka, Sharon, Valerie, Sona, and Zest were with them. Akano, the leader of the charade, smirked. I'm surprised you decided to come with Sona. Akano stated while she was wearing a casual outfit, but her hair kept down. Wearing sunglasses, and a mask over her face. NYA, I can't believe he got with Rias and not with me. Kuroka whined out as she was in a shrine maiden outfit. Oni-sama, no pervy stuff. Sharon simply stated while she was wearing a tan-colored dress. Just don't do anything to ruin Oni-sama's date with Rias. Sona fixed her glasses to her face. I'm here to make sure you hooligans don't do anything to ruin it. Same here, as his servant, I need to make sure everything goes well. Valerie added as she nodded her head with her own mind made up. Yeah, sure whatever you say, Brona. Kuroka rolled her eyes as Sona glared daggers at Naruto's queen. I don't see as to why we need to do all this. Zest looked to the group, if Naruto-sama wishes to date, and eventually bed Rias-sama. Why are we here? Sona's blushed. What? I hope not yet. They just started dating. Stuff like that comes with time. Zest. Sona couldn't believe how blunt and straightforward Zest was. Well, when they do, I hope I get invited to that bed. Akano added with a sultry look in her eye. Hands off Oni-sama. Akano. Brona. Kuroka added, which Sona glared at older sister of Sharon annoyed. Shut up, ya horny cat. Stop the petty squabbling, the both of you. Valerie said sternly as she caused Sona and Kuroka to flinch. I wish for Naruto-sama to not know we are here. Indeed. Zest added, I wish to see what this thing of what you devils, humans call, dating. I wish to see what it is for myself. Well, Zest, if you're that interested in what dating is, I'd be happy to educate you on that later. Akano added with a big smile appearing across her face. Akano imagined what she could do with Naruto, with multiple other women in bed. ... With Naruto. Achoo. Naruto sneezed out as they were by the elephants. Phew, geez, that came out of nowhere. Rias raised an eyebrow. How could you be getting a cold? Can't be possible, we're in the middle of spring. Yeah, I know, I don't normally get sick that easily. Probably someone talking about me. You're thinking about it too much. Come on, let's go feed the giraffes. Rias pulled Naruto further as they ran up to the zoo workers. Naruto gave them money as the staff gave Naruto and Rias leaves to feed the giraffes. The two went to the giraffes as they began to pet and feed the different giraffes. They fed some adults and even the calves. The two then continued further, going to see the reptiles, hippos, lions, seals, dolphins, and watched a dolphin show. With a little magic called money, the two got to go in back to see and pet some of the dolphins. Naruto and Rias continued to see some penguins. Going to birds and even going to the cave animals. Mainly nocturnal type animals, which the two both enjoyed. Of course, when two people, mainly people like Rias and Naruto. Rias being a drop-dead gorgeous girl with vibrant long crimson hair. Then Naruto a tall, dark-haired and dark blue eyes, as well as being drop-dead handsome young man. When other couples saw Naruto and Rias together, they all had their own thoughts and feelings about the two. There was no way others couldn't look at them. It was clear that they took everyone's breath away, causing many couples to be jealous of what Naruto and Rias had. Of course, there was still the mystery gang of devils following the two lovebirds behind. The two continued their date and arrived at their last place to see. It was Africa. They got to see more lions, some cheetahs, along with antelopes, and certain lizards. Just then they came to an area of Egypt, and Naruto came to an area of sand. Naruto saw pyramids and then there was an exhibit. It was camel riding. Hey, Rias. Come on, we should ride some camels. It'd be fun. Naruto gestured her to get over to where she was. Rias, feeling her palms grow sweaty, her heartbeat racing 1,000,000 miles an hour. Felt like she was glued to the floor. She couldn't move. She didn't want to move. She wanted to get away. Far, far away from those monsters. Well, I mean, they kind of smell. I don't want to get all smelly from the camels and all. What? Come on, Rias. Rias realized that Naruto doesn't know about her fear of camels. To be perfectly honest, she'd like to keep it that way. Akano and the others looked onwards in confusion, but Akano giggled. It seems our little Rias still has that fear of camels. Everyone's jaw dropped. Sona knew a lot about Rias, knew many things. Including her tactics in chess, but Rias having a phobia of camels. That was a first. Naruto, not recognizing the fact she was afraid of camels, said, "What? Come on, we've been by the dolphins and other animals. They all smell, of course camels will also smell. Come on, we'll go on together." Naruto extended his hand out to Rias. Rias, nervous, shakily reached out, alright, fine." Rias slowly walked over with Naruto as Naruto hopped on top of the camel. Naruto reached down with his other hand, and he helped hoist her up on the camel. "There, not so bad now, is it?" Rias decides to trust Naruto on this. She leaned into his hold as he wrapped his arms around her waist. "Why yay," Rias had the nervous look on her face. The two on top of the camel. Naruto helped guide the camel around the enclosure. The staff members heard that the two couple have been going around the zoo. With of course the connection to the Gremory and Sitri families. It was said from the head of the zoo granted the two almost unlimited access to the zoo. It helps when your families co-own the city of Kuo town. The two rode around as Naruto enjoyed the time with Rias as he got to hold her close. He noticed the small things he could get to do with Rias. It was as if this was right the entire time, of all the other times they hung out. It was just as friends, but this go around it was as boyfriend-girlfriend, lovers. It was nice, it was pleasant, something he hadn't had since Yugito. Rias forgetting they were riding on the camel, the two lost themselves in their conversations. Naruto enjoyed it, he got to hold her close, he got to be with someone he loved. Naruto, realizing he loved it, he loved loving the people he cared about. But this kind of love, affection, holding someone close, being with them. Spending time, spending days, spending every waking moment with the people he cared for. He missed it dearly, he missed Yugito. But he also learned he loved Rias and still loved Yugito. He loved them both. Love is something that continuously goes, love never goes away, never changes. Just as how Yugito loved Naruto, Rias loved him. Yugito loved Naruto Uzumaki, and Rias loved Naruto Sitri. Love for someone never goes away. It is something that doesn't have to be forgotten or replaced. Love changes, he loved Yugito. Now he loves Rias, he'll protect her, he'll love her, he'll stay by her side. Never again will someone, nor something take this away from him again. Unbeknown to Rias and Naruto, the girls continued to follow Rias and Naruto. Sona smiled. "I knew Onisama was unsure of Rias, but seeing him with her now. I'm glad the two are together." Sona turned to the other girls. "I believe we are overdoing this entourage, I think it's time to go home." "If you say so, Sona-sama." Zest bowed ready to head home. Fine. Valerie sighed rather upset. For whatever reason it was Valerie felt his pang in her heart. She hated seeing Naruto with Rias, well at least him being happy with another woman. Akeno giggled, "I'd like to stay longer." "Same here Nya. Kuroka raised her hand wanting to stay longer. "I won't leave Ne-sama alone, in case she does something eki." Sharon narrowed her eyes at Kuroka, she didn't want her to get a leg up on her. Sona annoyed, "No, we should go home, let them enjoy themselves. I won't let you guys ruin my Oni-sama's moment." This time Sona was stern, she was not going to let this continue any further. The other saw something change in Sona, her eyes began to glow. The other froze, this gained Akeno's, Kuroka's, and Sharon's attention. Akeno said, Sona, your demonic powers, it's. Even Valerie and Zest looked to Sona quite surprised by aura. Sona's was able to keep her presence hidden from her brother. Though ice began to chill the air around them. The group saw the sparkling magic ice, something close to akin to Seraphal's sparkles. "Yeah, I've gotten much stronger thanks to Esdeath." Sona summoned 2 daggers to her hands, one was black ice dagger, and another was white sparkling ice dagger. With that display growth, the others froze scared of Sona. With Sona's newfound aggressive nature, the group began to go home. Sona finally sighed happily. Just then a voice called out, "So, you guys did decide to tail us." Sona quickly shot around to find Naruto and Rias by her. Rias her a pouting look on her face, "You've gotten stronger Sona, by quite a bit." Rias then smirked, "Then again, I shouldn't expect anything less for my rival." Rias placed a hand on her hip happily to see Sona's improved demonic power. Yeah, you can say that again, Rias. I felt the sudden shift in the air and saw you growling at the girls. Naruto pulled his sister into a hug. I can always count on you, sis, for looking out for me. I'm the luckiest Oni-chan ever. Sona blushed at the praise from Rias and her brother. Well, I am glad I could be helpful. Seeing as your date is going well, and I kept the others from ruining it. I shall take my leave. Sona began to walk off but then stopped and turned around to the two. That reminds me. Sona walked up to Naruto and whispered closely into his ear, please, don't start popping out kids just yet. I'm still too young to be an aunt. This caused Naruto's face to turn red and heated up as Sona began to trot off. Rias, confused by what she said, wait, hold up. Sona, what did you say to Naruto? Have fun, you two. Sona ran off, turning the corner and disappeared in a magic circle. From a distance, on a high rise, Esdeath stood there with her arms crossed. She had a big smirk on her face. As expected from my student, got the mighty priestess of thunder and master of senjutsu to soil their panties. Behemoth nodded in approval. The training for Sona-sama has borne fruit. I'm also glad to see Naruto-sama and Rias-sama finally together. It was never a matter of if, only when. Esdeath nodded her head happily. The two lovebirds made her think of her long-lost lover, Tatsumi. ... Back with Rias and Naruto. The two continued their date after the camels, to which Rias pleasantly enjoyed the ride. It was much easier to deal with when she had Naruto around. Naruto had to quickly go run and use the restroom, as he came walking out. He found a familiar face standing before him, beautiful young girl with dark blue eyes. She has long blonde hair tied into twin tails with large, drill-like curls and blue ribbons keeping them in place. The front of her hair has several bangs hanging over her forehead, with a V-shaped fringe hanging over the bridge of her nose. Well, hello Naruto-sama, it's been a while, hasn't it? The girl gave Naruto a small curtsy. Revel, what the heck are you doing here? Naruto was surprised to see Revel Phoenix of all people here, especially in the human world in a zoo. Well, I wanted to see around the human world for a bit. Besides, I liked animals a lot and zoos I find the most enjoyable parts of the human world. The now named Revel Phoenix said happily as she looked over from a distance to see elephants. Right, I remember that. Naruto walked up to her as he ruffled his hand on her head. I remember you saying your favorite animal was actually penguins. Revel, with a pout on her face, I hate it when you do that. I'm not a little girl anymore. What? Come on, you're only what, 13, 14 years old right now. 13 years old, thank you very much. Revel crossed her arms over her chest. Besides, I wanted to ask what you were doing here. Oh, well Naruto scratched his cheek with embarrassment with a slight tint of pink on his cheeks. Well, it's simple really, I'm here with. Oh, Revel, is that you? Rias came running up to the two of them, noticing the youngest Phoenix of the Phoenix clan. Oh, Rias, nay, it's so good to see you. I guess you two must be out here. Where are the others? Revel noted that their peerages weren't with them, nor was Sona anywhere to be found. It's just me and Rias, Revel, we're here out on a, a date. Naruto chuckled as he nervously scratched his cheeks, to which Revel's mouth made an O shape. Revel began to panic. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to intrude or anything, Naruto-sama. Rias-sama, I don't want to bother the two of you on your date together. Hey, it's okay, Revel. No need to worry about it so much, besides you were just enjoying yourself here at the zoo anyways. Naruto waved it off. Besides, it's nice to see a familiar face here, at least, someone who wasn't complete unwelcomed here. Revel looked confused at Naruto. Don't worry so much of it, Revel, it was so nice to see you, of course. Revel nodded nervously, but now that she knew the two were out on a date together, she had to ask, Rias-sama, does that mean you and Naruto-sama with the engagement and all? Yeah, probably will be challenging Riser here. Rias has decided on someone. I'd like to keep it just her and I don't want Rias to be with anyone else. Naruto said embarrassingly, to which Rias's face also flushed red, but she had a smile very apparent on her face. Ravel nodded her head. She understood, but never has she seen Naruto be so smitten with her. Well, that I'll leave you two be, it was so nice to run into you two. Please enjoy yourselves. Ravel bowed and began to leave as she waved to them. When she began to leave, Naruto then said, Ravel. Ravel turned her head back to him. I was going to send him a formal message of the challenge. But if you're willing, could you give him that message? I was going to send a message to Circex and Graphia about this anyways. Oh, why yeah, I can do that. Ravel bowed again and began to walk off, as she had now an important message to deliver to her brother. Ravel was not one who hated Naruto in the slightest. In fact, Ravel held Naruto in high regard. Maybe even more so than her own elder brother, in also terms of strength and prestige. Not only was Naruto an heir to a family clan as the nest head, but he was very different socially in terms of devil society. Whatever the reason was, she found it different. She found it a nice change of pace. Because for once, Naruto was the only one to treat her like Ravel. Not Ravel of the Phoenix clan, not the youngest of the Phoenix family, the baby of the Phoenix family, or anything like that. That was the one thing that Ravel could never get behind her big brother Riser on. Naruto was not a bad person, let alone someone who was mean and disrespectful. Naruto was one of the most honest, true, modest, and real devils she's ever met. If she was honest, if she was only a bit older, she might have considered trying to offer a marriage proposal to Naruto. Chances Naruto having more than one wife was low. But not zero. Maybe Ravel could work her magic. Pun totally intended. ... Flashback when Naruto was 13 years old. Grimori Estate. Naruto was currently at the Grimori house due to the announcement of his arranged marriage with Rias along with Riser. Currently Naruto was outside with Rias and Sona as the three were getting away from the crowds. If there was one thing that Rias and Sona picked up from Naruto, was his dislike for large crowds. Mainly those being high-ranking, snobby, and ecocentric devils. Naruto knew that their parents could handle them, and they could be kids. As the three were over by the tree, the heiress of the Grimori family said, seriously, don't know why we needed to do this. Rias, I understand how you feel. The pressure from our families, the weight of expectations, it's suffocating. But they think they're doing what's best for the clan's survival. Sona understood the main reasons behind it, but she did not agree with it. Of course, I do not agree with it. I just understand the reasoning. Survival. My father talks like he's trying to save a species, not raise a daughter. All I ever hear is bloodline this, prestige that. What about love? What about me? Rias said, frustrated. Naruto understood Rias's plight. They're wrong, Rias. Devils like us aren't going extinct because we refuse to marry strangers. We're dying because we've forgotten how to live for ourselves. Besides, you got me, I won't let that happen to you so easily. Rias blushed at that. Why yeah, I know, just wish this entire situation was different. I'd like to fall in love and be happy with my choice. Rias looked off into the distance with a frown. I want to be loved for who I am, not as Rias Grimori, but as me, as Rias. Yeah, I understand that Rias, you are Rias, Grimori is your last name to be proud of. But not something to be used like a tool. Naruto placed a hand on her shoulder trying to ease her worry. Sona placed her finger on her glasses as she said, he's right. The system is old, flawed. I've studied the devil marriage structure in depth. It's built on maintaining political alliances and magical purity, but it disregards autonomy. If we can't adapt, we'll rot from the inside out. Just then there was a shriek from the side. Kya! Leave me alone. The voice of a girl shouted out from the side. The girl had blonde hair in curly twin tails, blue eyes, and a red frilly dress. Look at her, one of the boys sneered, a sharp-toothed grin spread across his face. Youngest little chick of the Phoenix line. Not even old enough to be useful. Just something to auction off when the time's right. Her only value in her name, said the girl from the Dantalian line, her lips curled into a cruel smile. Phoenix blood or not, you're nothing but a future contract waiting to be signed. Maybe if she were a boy, she'd matter, added the Zapar devil, his voice dripping venom. But a girl, the best she can do is marry someone important. Like a trophy. That's all she'll ever be. Smallest in your family, the Zapar boy mocked. Probably the weakest, too. Your wings haven't even fully developed, have they? You'll never matter, the Astaroth noble scoffed. You're just something to trade away when you hit puberty. Ravel's lip trembled as she backed away, fists clenched at her sides, the words cutting far deeper than her young pride could shield. But before she could retreat, a fourth voice broke through the tension like thunder. Hey, Naruto stepped forward, no hesitation in his voice, no smile on his face. Just cold, steel-cut focus. You think you're important because you have old blood and a last name that carries weight. But bullying a kid half your size. His eyes narrowed as he took another step. That just makes you pathetic. The air dropped several degrees in a heartbeat. The grass beneath the nobles' feet crackled, frost racing outward like dark tendrils. A shadowed mist rolled across the ground. Naruto stood between Ravel and the noble devils, hands in his pockets, his eyes cold and glowing faintly blue. Black ice began creeping along his boots, freezing the ground solid beneath him. The Astaroth boy scoffed. TCH. Of course you'd say that, tarnished twin. That nickname hit the air like poison. Rias's hands clenched at her sides. Don't call him that, she growled, stepping forward. You're in my home. Sona's voice followed, colder than frost. Say that again in front of me and see how long you keep your tongue. Naruto smirked lazily, letting the black mist curl around him. You know, for nobles, you talk like cornered rats. You dare compare us too. The Zapar boy stepped forward, but the frost coiled higher. I dare because I've seen what real strength looks like, Naruto said, voice sharp and still as winter. And it doesn't look like 3 cowards ganging up on a kid. She's barely a phoenix, the Astaroth boy growled. Why do you care? Because she's someone, Naruto snapped. Because this little girl, who you treat like dirt, has more fire in her soul than the 3 of you combined. A blast of black mist burst from beneath his feet, spiking the temperature down further. Crystalline shards of midnight-colored ice rose like fangs around Naruto, encircling him in a jagged crown of his own power. The 3 noble devil members took a stance ready to fight. You wanna fight me? Naruto looked to them with a rather annoyed look on his face. The Zapar and Dantalian nobles behind him echoed his contempt, sneering as though they'd already won some unspoken battle of worth. But Naruto didn't flinch. He tilted his head slowly, letting the insult hang in the air before speaking. A breath of cold fog curled from his lips. Oh, a weakling. Lucky to be born in a high noble family. Naruto muttered, then gave a low chuckle. You're right about one thing. That made the nobles pause. I was lucky, not because of the Grimoires or Sitris or any title, but because I was born beside her, he said, jerking his thumb toward Sona, whose expression briefly softened. Because I got to meet Rias, a real friend. Real people. I was lucky to grow up seeing what devils could really be, not the garbage you call tradition. He clenched his fist, and the ground beneath the nobles cracked, black ice erupting violently. But weak. No. Naruto readied himself as his demonic power turned off. Naruto lifted his hand up into the air as he gestured to the 3, come at me, by motioning his hand to them. The 3 snarled, you'll regret that Sitri. The Zapar boy charged forward with his fist empowered by magic. Eat this asshole. Dantalian girl fired off a lighting spell towards Naruto. Suck on this ya reject. The Astaroth boy fired a fire spell of his own. Naruto sidestepped Zapar, too slow. Naruto stuck his left foot out, tripping the Zapar boy to the ground. Too clumsy. Naruto smacked a lighting spell to the ground, too slow. He then caught the fire spell in his hand. Your fire magic. Weak. Can't even feel the flames. Naruto then pinched his fingers together, snuffing out the flames. Naruto readied himself. My turn. Naruto vanished from sight in a blur, black mist trailing behind like a cloak. Before the Astaroth boy could blink, a frost-covered fist slammed into his gut with enough force to launch him back into a tree, shattering it upon impact. The Zapar boy barely had time to raise a defense before Naruto spun in midair and landed, slamming a black ice kick into the noble's ribs. The impact sent the boy skidding across the frozen grass, coughing blood as frost crept up his limbs. The Dandelion girl shrieked, trying to cast another lighting glyph, but Naruto's hand shot forward, ice spiraling from his palm causing the lighting glyph to freeze in the air. Just then sharp arc of frozen chains burst from the ground and wrapped around her wrist, yanking her forward and slamming her into the frosted garden wall. Her spell fizzled uselessly as she slumped to her knees, trembling. 3 devils. 3 seconds. Not a single wasted movement. Steam hissed from the frozen battlefield as Naruto stood at the center of it, black mist curling around his feet, frost crowning the roses like snow. TCH. Weakling. He exhaled, stepping forward, glaring down at the Astaroth boy now gasping on the ground. You came here, insulted a girl for being young and kind, and thought titles made you strong. You're nothing. Sona stepped forward, lips pursed. You 3 will report to your respective heads for misconduct, she said coldly. I'll ensure Searzek-sama and Seraphal-sama hears of this. Rias didn't say a word, just crossed her arms and smirked faintly, the way only someone proud beyond words could. Ravel, still shaken, looked at Naruto wide-eyed. She slowly moved to the side and moved behind Rias as she knew who she was. Ravel was more comfortable with her than Sona and Naruto. She watched as the black frost melted away as Naruto ended his magic power. With some confidence Ravel finally spoke with truth and honest, "You're nothing like what Oni-sama said," she murmured. Naruto glanced over his shoulder, giving her a gentle grin. "Hope that's a good thing." Ravel blushed deeply, clutching her sleeves. "It is." She couldn't help but feel saved, like a princess. After all, that's how everyone in her family practically treats her. Of course he was like her knight in shining armor. As Naruto turned back to the groaning nobles, his voice dropped low and cold. "Next time you insult someone like that again, I'll be there to put you in your place again." And for once, the noble devils didn't reply. They knew better. "Are you okay, Ravel?" Rias gently knelt to Ravel's height as she slowly nodded her head. "Thank you for saving me, Ravel," as she looked left and right. I'm looking for Oni-sama." "Oh, Riser, pretty sure I saw him over by a table with his peerage. He shouldn't be too far away from the entrance of the dining room," Naruto added as he walked over to Ravel with a smile on his face. Ravel looked away as she blushed as she looked up to Naruto. Thank you, Naruto-sama, for standing up for me." Naruto was nothing like how her big brother Riser talked about. Yeah, hopefully he can do a better job watching after his little sister. Sona placed a hand on Ravel's head with a smile. "Oni-sama is quite nice. He's a good Oni-sama to me. I'm sure Riser can be when he tries." Ravel nodded her head. I guess Oni-sama can say rather strong things about others." Ravel turned to Rias. "But, Rias Oni-sama, are you not going to marry Riser Oni-sama?" Rias had a small frown appear on her face. Ravel, it's not that simple. I'm put into an arranged marriage, something I'm against." Rias looked to the youngest Phoenix member with an upset look on her face. "It's like you being forced to marry something you really, really hate." "Honestly, I don't like Riser Ravel. He's not the type of boy I like." "Like how I find frogs disgusting." Ravel looked to Rias with an disgusted look on her face. "Why yeah, that's a great way to put it. You're such a smart girl, Ravel." Sona praised, earning giggles and smiles from the youngest of the Phoenix family. He, you might be even smart than I am." Naruto chuckled out, which caused Ravel to even giggle and laugh alongside with him. Just then a blonde woman with golden eyes came walking up. Everyone looked up as Ravel came running over to her. "Okawa-sama." The woman gently hugged her daughter. "Oh Ravel, where did you wander off to? Riser was supposed to look after you." "Okawa-sama, Riser Oni-sama said he said to go find Rias Oni-sama for him. But I got lost. I got surrounded by some bullies, and then Naruto-sama saved me." Ravel cheered out happily as her face even began to flush with a bit of red. "Oh, I see." Lady Phoenix looked over to Naruto, Rias, and Sona. She smiled gently at them. "Thank you so much for looking after my daughter, Naruto, Rias, and Sona. I greatly appreciate it, truly." "Please Lady Phoenix, no need to thank me like that. I'm doing what should be done." Naruto rubbed the back of his head as he chuckled from the praise. Sona smiled. Yup, Oni-sama is the best. Naruto certainly is always willing to save someone in need. It's just who he is, no matter who he is saving. Rias smiled, looking over to Naruto with a look of admiration on her face, as well as a hint of love coming off her face. Lady Phoenix knew. Rias had someone set in her heart. It was indeed not her youngest son, Riser. I see. Well, let's be off then, Revel. We need to go scold Riser for sending you away on your own. Lady Phoenix began to walk off as Revel nodded her head as she grabbed her mother's hand. The two began to walk back towards the Grimoire estate. But before they got too far away, Revel turned her head back to the three and began to wave and smile towards them. Naruto, Rias, and Sona waved back to her. Revel was a good kid. The three hoped she would grow up to be a wise and smarter member of the Phoenix clan. ... End of flashback. Back at the zoo. Naruto smiled, looking towards Rias as they watched Revel walk off. Rias smiled as she turned to Naruto as she extended her hand out. Come on. Let's go continue our date together. Rias began to trot off, dragging Naruto alongside her. The twin of Sona nodded his head in agreement. Yeah, let's continue. Naruto nodded his head with a bright smile as wrapped an arm around Rias's shoulder. ... Sitri Grimoire Mansion later that evening. With their date coming to an end, Naruto and Rias continued to walk through their mansion together, hand in hand. Of course, everyone else stayed silent, letting the two have their moment together. Shuri could only gush and giggle over the two finally being together. For her, it was only a matter of time. Shuri, being Shuri, couldn't help but look at Rias as if she was one of her own. Naruto arrived by Rias's room as she walked up to it and opened the door. Rias turned to Naruto and smiled as she placed her hands behind her back. Rias looked up to Naruto and blushed. I hope you enjoyed yourself, because I know I sure did. Naruto leaned in and placed a kiss on her lips. Rias could only lean into the kiss, and only could internally groan when it was made short. I did. I love spending time with you, Rias. I enjoyed this very much. I can't wait to go on more dates in the future. I'll make sure to keep in mind about camels next time. Naruto watched as Rias's smile went to a frown. Why, you noticed? Rias began to feel annoyed, angry, and upset at this. It was just a stupid fear. Naruto chuckled as he shook his head and hugged her. It's okay, hopefully you came over it somewhat. Besides, it's one of the many reasons I fell in love with you. Naruto said smoothly, which caused her to blush. Rias gently punched his chest as she said, "B baka, since when did you get so good at words like that?" Hee, maybe it's you bringing this out. Besides, I heard when you spend time with the one you care for the most, you tend to become smarter, and possibly even smoother. Rias's face turned even deeper at that comment as she leaned into Naruto's arms. Well, maybe why you're right. Rias kissed his cheek. Well, we should get ready for bed, but I will stop by to join you later. I look forward to it, but there is one thing I need to take care of. Naruto nodded his head as he then placed another kiss onto Rias's lips. I'll see you later, Riri. Rias began to go behind her door until she stopped. Rias froze at the nickname. Her face turned a brighter shade of red than earlier. Ttii. Rias couldn't even formulate the appropriate words for his comment. Naruto chuckled as he began to walk away as Rias stood there floored by Naruto's nickname for her. Rias slowly shut her door. She felt her heart, it was paced up, and cheeks flushed. Rias placed a hand on her forehead. I really hope he doesn't start calling me that in public. Though, the name is kind of cute. Naruto began to make his way towards the living room and towards their coffee table. The others began to gather around. What you doing, Naruto-sama? Kuroka leaned in curiously. Kuroka, are Alucard and Sarah's around? They're over in America right now taking care of a rogue vampire priest. Why, you ask? Kuroka tilted her head, wondering what Naruto was up to. I see. Well, gather the rest of the peerage. I'm settling this standoff between me and Riser. Had a run-in with Revel today. Naruto began to press some buttons which went ahead and dialed Searsex. On it, NYA. Kuroka began to trot off to go find Sharon, Valerie, Zest, and Itachi. When Naruto began the call, the video transponder as Graphia responded, Naruto-sama, might how I be assistance to you? Graphia, the wife and queen of the Lucifer of the Four Mouths. Evening Graphia, I am messaging you on behalf of the House of Sitri. I wish to face Rise Phoenix in our rating match. The one where we determine if Rias takes the hand of either me or Riser in marriage. I take it you wish to hold this as soon as possible, correct? Yes, I would like to. I have you know. Naruto felt his cheeks turn red for a moment. I need to end this issue between him and I. Graphia gently smiled at Naruto, letting her usual mask fall for a moment. I see. Well, I am happy to hear you and Rias-sama are together now. I shall notify the Phoenix family along with Riser himself. I shall reach back to you within 30 minutes. We will begin the rating game preparation. Graphia bowed to Naruto and ended the call. Naruto nodded his head, and then Kuroka came back with the others. We're here all for ya, Naruto-sama, NYA. Thanks, Kuroka. Alright everyone, listen up. I went ahead and contacted Graphia. I've decided to end this standoff between me and Riser. Naruto, with his eyes, looked at Itachi for a few seconds, and then went to look at others. As some of you know, I am Rias's fiancé, but also someone else is engaged with Rias. His name is Riser Phoenix. Simply put it, he's an arrogant asshole who is also a womanizer. NYA, I remember hearing about him. Well, if that's what you need to do, Naruto-sama, then consider it done. All I ask in return is a simple request. Kuroka cheered out as she raised a hand and jumped onto one foot. Well, as long as it is within reason, I see no reason why not. Naruto nodded his head. If you need help with something, more than happy to help. Valerie gave Naruto a mini salute. After all, he helped her and Gaspar out when they needed it the most. Whatever you need, Naruto, we're happy to help. Itachi nodded his head. Itachi knew this meant a lot to him. This was the least Itachi could do for him. If Naruto-sama needs help, we help. Sharon added with her ears and tail twitching and wagging behind her. If it is what you wish, Naruto-sama, then I shall do it. Zest placed a hand over her heart as she gave Naruto a respectful bow. Thanks. Alucard and Ceres are currently addressing an issue over in America. So we won't have their support for right now. I suggest you start prepping what you need because we will be heading out once Graphia is ready to set things up. I should go inform Rias of what I am doing. Naruto turned to leave and walk away and then turned back to his peerage. Again, thank you for helping me out with this. It is greatly appreciated. Naruto raised his hand to his peerage as thanks as he began to walk off. Naruto made his way back up to Rias's room where he knocked on it. The door soon opened with Rias in her nightgown. Naruto's face froze when he saw Rias, and took in her seductive appearance. Rias. Whoa. Naruto was completely entranced by her violet-purple nightgown. Rias blushed as she saw his eyes moved across her entire body. Well, it seems you like it. Rias beamed happily as she gently dragged him into her room and shut the door. Rias reached up and placed a kiss onto Naruto's lips. Naruto returned the kiss as the two made their way to the bed. Naruto was pushed to the bed as Rias crawled up onto the bed as she straddled his waist. Rias took her finger and began to drag it across Naruto's shirt down to his pants. Rias then brought her finger up to her leg, up to her stomach, going around her ample chest. Then finishing up to her lower lip. I don't know about you, Naruto, but I have a feeling we could spend the rest of the night together. One another's embrace. Rias had a sultry look on her face as she then leaned forward. Rias rested her ample bosom onto Naruto's chest as she moved close to his face. Naruto leaned in, clamming her lips, to which Rias herself began to maneuver her hands all around Naruto's body. Meanwhile, Naruto found his hands making their way down towards Rias's hips. Naruto then felt Rias gyrate her hips on his crotch, to which caused Naruto to react and buckle his hips, causing his trapped member to press up against Rias. "Yah!" Rias suddenly shot her eyes wide as she felt that moan escape her mouth. Naruto chuckled, looking at Rias's flushed red face. "Hey, I'll admit I'd be willing to keep going, but I think we might have to stop. Naruto gave Rias a small half smile frown on his face. Huh, why not? Things are just getting. Rias was cut from her words as another voice spoke up. I do think it would be most wise, Rias-sama. A red circle glowed off in the distance of the room. Out appeared Graphia and then Circex, Zeoticus, Venilana, Mira, and Kronak came walking into the room. What? Okawa-sama, Otu-sama, Oni-sama. Rias began to flush a brighter red as she quickly grabbed the sheets to cover herself. Oh, Graphia. You brought Ka-sama and Otu-sama too. Naruto was rather surprised when they all came walking in. Mira giggled, placing a hand on her cheek. Venilana. It seems the deal has been done. Not too much longer until we get some grandkids to spoil. Rias and Naruto began to blush at the comment. Indeed, Mira, I cannot wait either. Hehehehe. I'm so glad the two finally got together. It was only a matter of time before they got together. Venilana giggled into her hand, getting to see their kids getting handsy. Ahahaha, that's my boy. Kronak chuckled as he gave his son a thumbs up. TCH. Zeoticus crossed his arms over his chest looking the other way. He was happy the two being together, but she was still his baby girl. Why yeah. I meant to tell you Rias, I reached out to Graphia. I told her I wanted to deal with Riser now, since we're going to date. I don't want that asshat to be looming over us, it's just us. Naruto said with strong confidence behind his voice, and then determination took hold. No one else can have you. Rias blushed at that. Her body began to glow as she changed her clothes beneath the covers. She appeared in her Kuo Academy uniform, and then walked up to her. Now, boyfriend's side. Well, good to hear that, as you know, with nothing to be said. I'll be rooting for you. Rias walked over as she stood next to Naruto as she gently wrapped an arm around his. She then rested her head on his shoulder. Venilana was glad to see her daughter happy and the fact that Naruto and Rias were now together. So, is it official, you two? Venilana trotted up to Naruto and Rias, curious on where they now stood. Rias blushed as she turned her head away, and then looked back to her mother. Rias smiled happily as she rested her head onto Naruto's shoulder. Naruto chuckled as he scratched his cheek. Why yeah, the whole thing with Zolgear, well, made me make up my mind on some stuff. I learned that if someone were to truly take her away, well, if she were to marry somewhere else. I wouldn't have liked that. I wanted that to be me. Itachi smiled as he watched Naruto continue to talk with Rias's mother. Including Circex even coming up to the two to congratulate the two. Kuroka though pouted. Oh man, it's still annoying. Big Red got to Naruto-sama first, nya. Naruto-sama and Rias Oni-sama have liked one another for a while. Sharon looked to the two and then looked away. It was only a matter of time before the two got together. Especially after everything with Zolgear. I'm not surprised. Sharon had a rather upset look on her face. It was clear to Itachi and Kuroka. Sharon, in her own way, had her own crush on their master. It was probably her feeling indebted to Naruto after he took her and Kuroka in. Giving them a home, a place to stay, food, and opportunities to live their lives. Without being forced into a life of forced servitude, they were allowed to serve Naruto of their own free will, something the two will never forget for as long as they live. Of course, the two would feel indebted to Naruto, wanting to be thankful in more ways than one. Kuroka grinned evilly, but like many say, just because there's a goalie doesn't mean you can't score. Sona frowned towards Kuroka. Oi, ya horny cat, come on, that's Naruto and Rias. Naruto's your. Hey, doesn't mean I can't aim for his virginity. Kuroka rubbed her hands together. Akino placed a hand on her cheek and smiled. I wonder if I can become Naruto's mistress. Sona simply facepalmed as Tsubaki came walking into the room. I received your message, Sona-sama. I will summon the rest our peerage. Including our new members. Good, thank you Tsubaki, it'll be good experience for them in the underworld. Just then Naruto came walking into the room with Circex, Graphia, Venilana, Zeoticus, and Rias following suit. The rating game between Naruto Sitri and Riser Phoenix will commence within an hour. Everyone will be teleported to their respective places for seating and Naruto will be sent to the arena. Dot dot. Scene shift underworld. Sona and Rias's peerage members were brought to the arena where everyone will be spectating. Rias sat there and could see up over by the Mao box, where the ladies and lords Phoenix, Grimori, and Sitri houses sat to watch. Rias was accompanied by Yuto Kiba, Akano, and 4 brand new middle schoolers. They were a year behind all of Sona's newest members, but members for Rias nonetheless. Rias actually got them to join her peerage literally the other day. They have been looking into these two for a while. Also, she found one more that joined in as well, so it was a very much so welcoming surprise. They were sitting next to Rias, Akano, and Kiba in order from left to right. First was Mason Powers. He had brown hair, green eyes, and had on the typical Kuo blazer uniform. Compared to most humans around him, Mason stood at a height of 6 foot, which is quite tall for someone who was Japanese. One change he had different in his uniform is he had a green scarf he always had around his neck. He was Rias's first 2 pawns. He held the sacred gear of Poseidon's trident, which granted him control over water in its entirety. All their pictures will be posted onto my Pinterest. Then there was Rain. She had long pink hair that went down to her waist. Her pink bangs framed her face, which extenuated her gray eyes, and the black ribbon in her hair. She was slightly taller than Mitch, standing at a height of 5 feet 7, which is again pretty tall, where she is only slightly shorter than Rias is. To her left was Mitch Bronte, a boy with green eyes, hair, and a Kuo blazer with a green undershirt. Mitch only stood at a height of 5 feet 5, not tall, but also not crazy short, but he always has his mottos to make up for it. Mitch also had one distinct piece of clothing he had as a pair of red goggles on his head. Think of Lubbock from Akame ga Kill. Sona was sitting with Tsubaki and their brand new peerage members. Sona recently recruited 2 new middle schoolers. They were in their last year and would be in their first year at Kuo High School next year. From left to right was Mom Hanaki, a bishop, Rei Kusaka, Sona's second bishop, Tomo Meguri, a knight, Tsubasa Yura, a rook. There was another person they were looking at yet, but he was yet to be recruited just yet. But he would be in due time. Mason had a somewhat deep voice, as his voice was similar to the voice actor of Piccolo. Mason, who was looking around at the new scenery, said, "So, this is the underworld. I expected it to be more." Now Mitch had a distinct voice himself. It was higher pitched than most boys his age. He talks like you pulled your tongue to the back of your throat. Then tried to talk in a high-pitched voice. That's what it sounded like, and speaking of that said person, Mitch does add in, gloomy. Dark, more flames and fire, brimstone and lava everywhere. Yep, I thought that. But nope, that even close to what I originally thought. Mitch finished as he looked around. Also, the sky is like purple. Is anyone like confused why it's purple? That's just weird, and the surrounding place doesn't even. Smack. Ow, you pink bitch. What was that for? Mitch turned to Rain as he growled at her. Rain herself was a bit more a fiery character. She was quick on her words and was sharp. She also had no problem being aggressive since she was around Mason all her life. Rain also had a love-hate relationship with Mitch. The two were friends, but they always ended up in some sort of bicker with one another. Could it kill you to be more, what's the word, considerate? Rain raised an eyebrow, trying to get this buffoon to be more aware of his surroundings, while also not dissing the place Rias and many other devils call home. Oh wait, maybe you're too dumb to know what word means. Because all I hear is you yapping crap about the home of Rias. TCH. Well, I was just stating the obvious. Also, fuck you Tilda, Mitch said in a sarcastic tone. I mean, look at the trees. Is the bark of is basically black, with gray leaves. The underworld's vegetation looks like a feather duster. Sigh. I don't know why Rias even let you join the peerage. Rain facepalmed as she had to keep up with his shit. Now you two try not to keep fighting. Mason interjected as he placed a hand on Rain's shoulder. Rias was nice enough to come here, get some experience to learn more about devils. After all, it's our first time here, let's try to not start in fights. Rain pouted, but Mitch was the one. You smacked him first, could have told him to keep his mouth shut first. Mason quickly added. Ha. Take that, Rain. Smack. Ow, the hell. You need to stop being inconsiderate of other species' culture. Though we're not half devil, but still try to be considerate of all this. I mean it'll be our lives one day too, when we become powerful devils. Mason smiled as he looked down to his fist. I mean now that we're part of the devil race and all that. Akeno giggled at the three. She found Mitch cute. I must say, Rias's choice in you three were interesting. Mitch grinned as he placed his pointer finger and thumb on his chin and leaned in towards Akeno. Well, I mean, Mitch let a little chuckle out. If all devil babes are as hot as you, Akeno, I'm glad I sold my soul to the literate devil. If it means, well, if I can get my own harem one day. Pervert, Rain grumbled. Hey, I take offense to that. I'm not a pervert. Then what are you? Rain retorted back, annoyed. Mitch placed his hands on his hips. I'm a super pervert. Mason simply facepalmed. Well, can't entirely blame Mitch for turning out this way. Not like Rain had a hand in his reputation absolutely tanking in our middle school grade. Come on you two, I think that's enough. Can't keep annoying everyone with both of yours arguing. Mo, fine, but he started it. Did not. Did too. Did not. Did not. Did too. Everyone in the group began to sweat drop at Mitch and Rain beginning to go at once again. Mason just rolled his eye. Why didn't I decide to choose normal friends? You choose some interesting peerage members, Rias. Sona looked back to her rival as Rias could only chuckle. Though Sona also took note of Rias's worry on her face, though it was not a worry of Naruto losing. It was in general, the entire situation was worrisome, even if she had 100% confidence in Naruto winning. It was the fact that if something were so happy that was insane or crazy. Somehow Riser did win by some miracle, she'd be forced to marry someone she hated. Yeah, they're brand new, so this is a lot for them. Rias looks to her rival, and then back to her new peerage members. Well, in due time they will adjust and learn what goes on. Oni-sama is trying to make the world better for those of their standings. Sona placed her finger on the bridge of her glasses. Suddenly a screen appeared in front of everyone as Graphia appeared in front of everyone. Attention fellow devils far and wide. Ladies and gentlemen, high-ranking and low-ranking, newly reincarnated to the members of their noble houses. Today we bring you the rating game between the houses of Sitri and Phoenix. Both the heirs to both houses, Naruto Sitri, the screen panned to Naruto and his peerage, it showed his current members. Kuroka, Sharon, Itachi, Valerie, and Zest by his side. There were some cheers for Naruto, it was mainly from the reincarnated or half-breed devils. But there were some boos coming from the full-blooded devils, which caught the attention of Sona's new peerage members, and Rias's new members. Of course, those who knew Naruto like Rias, Akeno, Kiba, Sona, and Tsubaki glared at those who taunted or said slurs towards Naruto. And Riser Phoenix. The screen then shows Riser and his peerage showing his full team of peerage members. Which even included Ravel, the Phoenix family's youngest child, and many of the full-blooded devils cheered for Riser. Both of them will commence their rating game today. Whoever the victor of this game will receive the promise of Rias Grimori's hand in marriage. I will be the referee for this game. Both sides are to fight and try to defeat the opposing king or make the king surrender. Some simple rules to follow. Some of the devils seeing both Naruto's and Riser's peerage members. Many began to say, what is this? Naruto doesn't even have a full set. Well, I heard two of them aren't even here. What? He's basically giving Rias hand over to him. Well, the letdown of the Sitri deserves it. Arrogant fool, you said it. Tarnished twin. Failure of Sitri. As they all said things about Naruto, which shocked many of Sona's and Rias's peerage members. Suddenly from the stands, Rias's and Sona's aura exploded, causing everyone to cover themselves. Akeno, Tsubaki, and Kiba held their own glares as well. The newbies to the peerages all shook in fear. They've never seen Sona or even Rias act like this before. Rias growled in anger as she stood up on her 2 feet. Her power of destruction aura exploded around her. Come on, Naruto. Kick that Scourny fried chicken's ass. Show him your strength, Oni-sama. Don't let these fools mock the miraculous Sitri twins. Nor our house. Sona screamed out as she shook her fist and violet ice began to form beneath her feet. As well an icy glare within her eyes. Rias even liked the miraculous Sitri twins better than the miracle Sitri twins. This earned some chuckles from Kronak and Mira. They were glad that they have people who cared for Naruto. Serafal was even quaking in her seat angrily. She wanted to destroy those noble who bad-mouthed her little brother. Dot dot, dot dot, dot dot, dot dot, dot dot. Asterisk in the battlefield. Now as everyone is in the battlefield prepared for battle. The mission is simple: capture the opponent's king, or make them surrender. Some of the more important rules is there is no killing allowed. Of course, if the person were to continue fighting when severely injured, were to succumb to their wounds later, then there is no penalty. Most of all wounds and injuries afterward will be covered by the Phoenix family. With that said, let the rating match begin. Naruto found himself in a castle, an ancient medieval castle on a throne. His peerage were all around him ready to fight. Naruto began to look around and then nodded his head as he saw a map. It gave a layout of their battlefield as Naruto analyzed it and looked it over. Before he said anything, Kuroka spoke up. Naruto-sama, it looks like we have secret entrances in our castle and hidden passages. Yeah, we could go through that, but honestly this is a battle. Naruto stood up from his seat. Kuroka, you and Zest go attack the west side of his castle. Itachi, you along with Sharon go stealth in from the back and take out the bishops. Naruto knew about Revel being part of Riser's peerage. I want Valerie with me as we attack from the front. Naruto flicked his wrists as the Sitri magic circle appeared by everyone's ear. Just speak into those, it'll keep communication between all of us. Does anyone have any questions? The group remained silent. All right then, head out. Dot dot, dot dot, dot dot, dot dot, dot dot. With Riser. Riser sat in his chair as he smirked and chuckled at the rating game. This is going to be easy. We should expect attacks from the west, east, and our south. It would be unwise to attack from the front. Ubeluna, the queen, looked to Riser with a cocky grin on her face, unless they want to be annihilated. Riser stood and walked over to the large battlefield map that floated with magic before him. They'll send scouts through the secret passages, likely stealth types. I'd bet they'll split into 3. A hard push from the west, a sneak attack from behind, and someone foolish enough to walk through the front door. He snapped his fingers, the flames around him surging, and his peerage members stood at attention. Berent, Schwalen, and Marion, you're on the west wall. Zest is a powerhouse, and the cat girl will be tricky. Berent, engage Zest directly, she's slower than you. Marion, set traps. Schwalen, you're there to break bones. Cyrus and Mahai, you're stationed on the east side, near the forest curve. Cyrus, you'll be the frontline brawler if they come through that way. Mahai, maintain magical defense. Ni and Lee, along with Carlamine and Isabella, take the back entrance. If stealth attackers show up, shut them down quickly. Ni and Lee will scout. Carlamine and Isabella finish them off. Ubeluna, Revel, and Mira, you guard the front gate. Ubeluna, bombard them from a distance. Revel, keep everyone healed. Mira, you'll help defend the inner corridor if they break the wall. Sharia, Il, and Nell, you'll stay with me at the throne room. Be ready to reinforce any position that begins to fall. Riser smirked at his battle strategy. Let them come. If they want to play chess, Riser will be the fire that burns their board. Dot dot, dot dot, dot dot, dot dot, dot dot. Asterisk west side. Kuroka and Zest began to sneak around the west side of Riser's castle. Kuroka was surprised by Zest's skill in hiding. Now, she couldn't hide herself completely like Kuroka could, or even Naruto and Itachi. Kuroka was impressed with Naruto's and Itachi's skill in stealth. Well, Itachi was more believable, but Naruto was never trained. At least not that she knows. The two stayed hidden as they approached the corridor and saw Riser's peerage standing guard. They nodded toward one another and prepared their assault. For Riser's peerage, the west side of Riser's castle stood tall, its obsidian spires looming like teeth. The once quiet stone courtyard rumbled as the air shimmered with power. From the treetops, a whisper of black slipped through the branches. Naya tilde let's play, Kuroka purred, golden eyes glowing as her senjutsu flared to life. Beside her, Zest walked silently, her armored boots cracking the ground beneath her. With one fluid gesture, she raised a hand. The earth below them began to rumble, then roar to life. Dozens of stone golems erupted from the courtyard, towering beings of concrete and steel, their glowing cores pulsing with her energy. Marion, Schwalen, and Berent heard Kuroka's voice and quickly felt the rumbling of the ground. Berent leapt high and smashed into the first golem with a fire-charged punch. Boom. But the creature didn't budge. It raised a concrete arm and smashed him into the ground with a thunderous crack. Before Berent could recover, the second golem grabbed her and threw her into a wall, shattering it with a burst of dust and brick. Gah! Damn it! Zest advanced slowly, her arms glowing with dense magical circuits. You're already losing. Not too far away, Kuroka engaged with Schwalen and Marion. Schwalen dashed toward Kuroka with a flying kick, but hit nothing. A clone of mist dissipated midair. Kuroka appeared behind her with a smirk. Too slow, Nya tilde, she tapped Schwalen's back. Boom! A burst of chakra struck her pressure points, sending paralysis through her limbs. Schwalen stumbled, just in time for Kuroka to roundhouse her with a leg wreathed in purple senjutsu flame. She flew across the courtyard, smashing into a barricade. Schwalen tried to sit back up but passed out and disappeared in a blue glow. Riser Phoenix, pawn retired. Marion panicked, activating her traps, only for a stone spike to shoot from the ground and pierce the spell circle mid-cast, shattering it. What? She turned, and was face to face with one of Zest's steel-armored golems, its glowing eyes narrowing. It punched her once in the gut. She crumpled instantly. She also began to glow in a blue light as she disappeared. Once again, Graphia being the announcer, one of Riser Phoenix's pawns, retired. Back with Zest, Berent, bloody and staggering, roared, flames bursting from her body. I won't go down. Zest snapped her fingers. The ground beneath her turned to quicksand, swallowing her feet. Then a massive marble fist from another golem slammed down from above, burying her unconscious. One of Riser's pawns, retired. Kuroka tapped her ear. West flank secured, Nya tilde 3 enemies down. Shall we move in for the real fun? Go ahead, begin making your way through. We are as well. Just then, an explosion went off by the front of the castle. A large pillar and wave of black ice broke through the castle's front walls. At the same time rear side. The back walls of Riser's castle curved like a serpent along the forest edge. Faintly shimmering enchantments rippled through the stone defense mechanism ready to ignite at the first sign of forced entry. But it didn't matter. The intruders didn't plan on barging in. Itachi, his crimson Sharingan spinning calmly, crouched in the trees. Every magic seal and aura trap laid bare before his eyes. Beside him, Sharon, low to the ground, tail swaying slowly, moved with silent precision. By the outer back gate stood Carlamine, red braid swaying as she gripped a longsword in one hand and a dagger in the other. Fire danced faintly along the edges of her blades, flickering into wind at a moment's notice. Flanking her from above, Ni and Li clung to the castle's outer scaffolding, twin sisters with small boxing gloves enchanted for shock bursts and limb strikes. Their matching smirks gleamed in the moonlight. Isabella, crouched below on a crumbled pillar, rolled her shoulders and flexed her grappling gloves, iron-knuckled and rune-inscribed for parrying and holds. TCH, they're late. They're here, Carlamine said coolly, eyes narrowing. A flash, a flicker. Suddenly, Itachi was behind Ni, fingers forming a seal. Dimming mirror. Ni froze mid-leap, visions of mirror shards flooding her vision, each one distorting her senses. Li lunged in rage, lightning-charged gloves flying at Itachi's head, but Sharon blurred into her path, flipping over her and slamming a foot wrapped in senjutsu energy into the back of her neck. Boom. Both sisters hit the ground, shimmering blue light engulfing them as they vanished. Riser Phoenix, 2 pawns, retired. Isabella hissed and launched forward, fists blazing with reinforced aura. She swung wild hooks at Itachi, who sidestepped each one narrowly, his Sharingan reading every twitch. He parried a punch and twisted her arm behind her back. She dropped low, trying to flip him, but he disappeared in a crow burst. Sharon reappeared with a palm strike to her gut, then followed up with a tail sweep that cracked against Isabella's knees. Isabella staggered. Itachi returned from above, driving a chop to her neck. She crumpled. Riser Phoenix 1 Rook, retired. Carlamine cursed under her breath and activated her aura, her longsword wreathed in wind, dagger burning with fire. You're not getting to Riser that easily. She dashed toward Sharon, slashing with explosive force, her blades singing through the air. Sharon narrowly dodged, feeling the wind slicing past her ear. She blocked her tail, redirecting the dagger, but Carlamine reversed the swing mid-motion. Itachi appeared between them, hand catching the wind-charged blade. A genjutsu flared in Carlamine's eyes, her arms suddenly weighed down like lead. Sharon struck, one palm to her stomach, charged with senjutsu. Carlamine gasped, her aura flickering. She fell, knees hitting the ground. Blue light shimmered around her and she vanished. Riser Phoenix, 1 Knight, retired. Itachi exhaled, turning to the hidden entry point, rear cleared. Sharon nodded, brushing a leaf from her hair. They were fast, Sharon, but not fast enough. Itachi reached to his ear again to contact Naruto, making our way to the east side. The eastern walls of Riser's castle curved like a serpent around the forest edge. The air crackled faintly with lingering enchantments, a defense mechanism etched into the stone. But that didn't stop the two approaching figures. Itachi, calm and calculating, adjusted the strap of his cloak, his Sharingan already spinning slowly as it read magical signatures and aura shifts. Beside him, Sharon stalked forward in perfect silence, her tail low, her senjutsu energy coiled and hidden. At the outer gate, Cyrus stood guard, her broad-shouldered frame clad in light armor, her Zweihander strapped to her back. By her side, Mahai, clad in ceremonial robes, knelt in concentration as she maintained a protective barrier over the eastern corridor. Cyrus's eyes snapped forward as she felt a shift in the air. A faint distortion, then nothing. She grabbed her blade and swung it down in a practiced arc, roaring, "Show yourself." Clang. Itachi's black steel halberd, drawn from his smith's shop, caught the strike mid-swing. Sparks flew. The sheer force of Cyrus's blade sent a shockwave down the path, kicking up debris. Fast, she growled, but not enough. You swing wide, Itachi said quietly, stepping back as Sharon leapt in from behind. Cyrus turned. Too late. Wham! A chakra-charged knee smashed into her side. Sharon spun in the air and followed it with a brutal downward heel kick, her tail balancing her mid-spin. The kick collided with Cyrus's head. She staggered back, blood flying from her mouth. But the knight didn't fall. Not yet, Cyrus roared, and her Zweihander flared with wind magic, a burst of cutting air erupting from it. Sharon threw up her arms, skidding back from the force, her sleeves torn. Itachi, unfazed, swapped his halberd for a magic-forged buckler and short word, drawn in a blur from his dimension. Cyrus charged again, her Zweihander swinging in a brutal arc, but her movements were already being read. Itachi sidestepped and slammed the buckler into her wrist, knocking the sword off course. He followed up with a precise strike to her ribs, the short sword glowing faintly with paralysis magic. Sharon flashed behind her. With a surge of purple senjutsu flame, she drove her palm into Cyrus's spine. Boom! The knight gasped, stumbled, and the glowing blue aura consumed her. Riser Phoenix's knight, retired. Graphia's voice rang out, neutral but absolute. Mahai gasped and stood, panicked overtaking her features. She raised a spell circle, her chants growing frantic. Lord Riser, protect this barrier with divine. Itachi's Sharingan spun, and Mahai froze for half a second. An illusion. She blinked, and Sharon was already in front of her. A low punch to the gut took the air from her lungs. Then Itachi stepped in from the side and struck her temple with the flat of his blade. She collapsed before finishing her prayer. Blue light shimmered beneath her body. Riser Phoenix's bishop, retired. Sharon exhaled, her stance relaxing. They weren't weak, she muttered, but they weren't prepared. Itachi tapped the sigil by his ear. East side cleared, 2 down. A crackle of static. Then Kuroka's voice answered with a playful drawl. Hee tilde west side's all clear too, NYA. Riser's girls are falling like petals tilde. Then came Naruto's deeper voice, brimming with focused energy. We're breaching the front now. Be ready. Valerie's already made the first move. As if on cue, a tremor shook the ground beneath them, followed by the sound of a massive crash. Up ahead, a wave of black ice burst through the castle's frontal defenses, shattering the gate in a spectacular surge of demonic magic. Sharon looked toward the rising smoke. Showtime. Dot dot, dot dot, dot dot, dot dot, dot dot. The front. The towering gates of Riser's castle loomed ahead, black iron and red enchantments glowing like embers. Naruto Sitri landed at the cracked marble path leading up to the Grand Phoenix castle. His boots crunched through frost he'd already laid down unconsciously, black ice crawling from his feet with every measured step forward. Beside him, Valerie Tepes moved with silent grace, a blood-forged blade in one hand and a precision pistol in the other, her eyes glowing faintly red. Her cloak of darkness flowed behind her as she scanned the castle's imposing silhouette. Waiting ahead of them at the gate were 3 women, Riser's frontline defense. Yubeluna floated just above the ground, magic spheres swirling lazily around her. Mira stood tall beside her, arms crossed, her crimson eyes narrowed with anticipation. And there, poised and sharp-eyed, stood Revel Phoenix. Naruto's breath fogged in the air. Looks like the welcoming committee's here, he said, cracking his knuckles. You ready, Val? Valerie gave a slow nod, her voice a silken whisper. I'll handle the left, you go melt some pride. Yubeluna launched first, hands glowing with explosive energy. Let's see how well the red dragon handles a little fire. Valerie took a jump forward and smacked the attack away with his arm. She charged forward as she slammed her elbow into Yubeluna's stomach. This sent her flying away into the castle front doors. Mira ran towards Valerie but she simply did a backflip and kicked her in the jaw. Mira flinched. She quickly swung her staff towards her. Her staff smacked Valerie in the head, but Mira couldn't budge her staff. Valerie caught her staff just before it touched her head. Nice try, good swing, but not good enough. What? Mira was shocked. Valerie quickly brought her left leg around and slammed it into Mira's stomach. Mira crumbled to the ground and began to glow blue as she disappeared. Riser Phoenix, one pawn retired. With Naruto, he was a blur, dancing between the flame pillars Yubeluna hurled like meteors. A flick of his wrist sent a wave of black frost under her feet. She dipped low to fly, but her ankle froze for half a second, just enough. Boost. He closed the gap and slammed his fist into her gut. She gasped, her body arcing backward through her own explosion. With a flicker of orange light, Riser Phoenix one queen, retired. That left only one. Naruto seeing Revel alone, he decided to help ease her predicament. Yo, Naruto called, raising a hand, how you've been Revel? Been working any more of your deserts? Revel blinked. Excuse me. Valerie sighed as she shook her head, I'm at a loss here too. Naruto placed a hand on his hip. Well, I mean, you know, me and Revel go back. Even if we met a handful of times, but I'd like to think we're pretty good friends. I mean if you only got to try her sweets. She's amazing at baking. Revel's cheek flushed as she turned her head to the side. She simply flicked her right hand through her hair. Well, it is expected as a member of the House of Phoenix. Revel then realized something. She then snapped a fan in her hand close and pointed it at Naruto. Wait a second. Why are you acting for cordial with me? We're enemies here. Well, I don't see why we still can't have some friendly banter. Besides, it's fun talking with you. You make it interesting, and, he leaned forward a bit, smirking, your reactions are cute. Naruto pointed out. The fan trembled in her grip. See cute. Yuii. Revel's voice cracked like kindling catching fire. Her face turned a bright crimson, so red that even Rias's famous hair might have paled in comparison. Valerie arched an eyebrow, unimpressed. You're going to make her combust before the battle even starts. I'd consider that a win, Naruto said with a laugh. Revel stomped her foot, summoning a swirl of fire into both hands, her fan now igniting in her grip. Fine, if you want to tease me during a battle, then at least show some respect and treat me like a real opponent. I'll make you regret this. Revel charged forward with an elegant twirl, sending ribbons of flame spiraling toward Naruto. He stepped into a slide, forming a thin black ice wall that absorbed the heat before snapping upward into sharp spikes. She weaved around them with practiced grace, launching a flurry of phoenix-shaped fire bolts. Naruto spun through them, conjuring a sword of black ice in his hand and cleaving through each projectile. They exchanged a dozen more blows, fire and frost clashing mid-air in a glittering dance of steam and light. But despite her effort, Naruto hadn't even used the full power of his boosted gear. She paused mid-attack, sweat rolling down her temple. Her breathing was heavier now, her fire growing more unstable. Naruto stood calmly, his left foot already poised to dash forward again. He wasn't even winded. Revel stared at him, her flames flickering in the wind. Then, slowly, she lowered her fan. This is pointless. Naruto blinked, pulling back slightly. Revel. Revel let out a shaky sigh, trying to maintain her pride even as her voice softened. I can't win, and if I keep going, I'll just burn myself out, and embarrass myself further in front of you. She turned her head, refusing to meet his eyes. So, I surrender. Revel began to disappear in a blue glow. Naruto nodded his head, understanding it. She was still new and young to this. She needs more time to grow and get stronger. I understand, Revel, but hey, it was fun catching up with ya. Valerie nodded her head. That was the smartest thing she could have done. Naruto, meanwhile, stepped forward, his expression gentler now. Hey. He placed a hand on Revel's shoulder, causing her to flinch slightly. You were great, seriously. You stood your ground longer than most would. I didn't last 5 minutes, she muttered. You lasted longer than some, and stood your ground. Naruto used one of his contagious trademark jins as he continues with, besides, your desserts still beat your fire magic. Just saying. Revel looked up, face still flushed. You, idiot. Naruto winked. I'll take that as a compliment. Revel disappeared as Grafia called out, Riser Phoenix 1 Bishop, retired. Well, with that done, time's to finish off Riser then. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he hardened his eyes to fight Riser. ... Inside Riser's castle. The halls of the Phoenix mansion were ornate, decorated with golden inlays and crimson banners bearing the flaming sigil of the Phoenix clan. Despite the opulence, the air was tense. The echo of battle from outside had long gone silent. Riser Phoenix sat comfortably on an ornate throne-like chair in the main reception hall, legs crossed, wineglass in hand. Surrounding him were his last remaining pieces, Sharia, the fiery brawler, and the chainsaw-wielding twin terrors, Eel and Nell. The doors burst open, ice creeping in along the marble floor. Naruto Sitri stepped in, frost-touched boots echoing with each step, flanked by Kuroka, Itachi Lucifuge, Shiron Tuju, Valerie Tepes, and Zest. The room's temperature dropped sharply. Riser sighed dramatically, swirling his wine. You know, I expected my sister Revel to at least hold you off longer. And you Beluna. TCH, such a shame. Naruto just raised an eyebrow. Wow, you say such things about your own peerage and sister. You talk big for someone about to lose. Riser chuckled, rising to his feet. Lose? Oh no, Naruto. I merely let you in so we can finish this face to face. You've got quite the collection of beauties here. His eyes lingered far too long on his girls. Perhaps when I win, I'll offer a place for them in my harem like the lovely Valerie. Before he could finish, a blood-made bullet pierced the wall near his head with a loud crack. Valerie Tepes lowered her smoking finger. Again, and the next one won't miss. Riser flinched slightly and scowled. HMPH, savage. Naruto flicked his hand. Everyone, go. Sharia launched herself forward first, her body twisting into a spinning kick toward Shiron. The younger Nekosho caught the strike with her forearm and slammed her fist into the ground, breaking the floor and knocking Sharia off balance. The two brawlers clashed in a blur of fists, feet, and tail swipes, the ground cracking under their power. Across the hall, Eel and Nell revved up their dual chainsaws, laughing in unison as they charged Itachi Lucifuge and Zest. The screeching roar of metal filled the room as the twins danced around Itachi's obsidian longsword. The blade glowed red from enchantment, and with one great heave, Itachi swung and sent the twins crashing backward through a pillar. Zest, calm as ever, punched the floor, causing the marble to rise like jagged teeth. The earth speared upward, knocking the chainsaws from Eel's grip. Nell tried to flank her but was met with a spinning back kick from Zest that sent her flying into Sharia's mid-fight clash with Sharon. In under a minute, all three pawns lay groaning on the ground, bodies bruised and battered. A flash of teleportation circles confirmed their elimination. Riser stepped back with a forced chuckle, dropping the wine. Well, it seems my peerage was less impressive than I thought. No matter. He raised his hands. I believe this is where the kings settle things, yes. A final duel, you and me, 1-on-1. Naruto narrowed his eyes. You think you deserve that after everything? Especially how you treat your peerage. Especially with Rias. Riser scoffed. Deserve. Please, this entire battle between us is pointless, you should just give up. Rias and you have your own houses to run, you should marry someone who is to be an heir to the house. It makes no sense, besides there is also prestige. Glory. Proving whose. He glanced at his girls again, peerage is stronger. Valerie growled. Kuroka, Zest, and Sharon all prepared to jump Riser themselves. Say it, Naruto-sama. Say it and I'll tear his asshole a new one. I'll. Naruto raised a hand, stopping her. It's fine. Naruto took a step forward as a chilly cool black aura came off his shoulders. Besides, I need to take him down. This battle is more than just fighting for prestige, fame, wealth, and whatnot. None of that crap truly matters to me. What matters the most to me are the people I care for. That includes everyone in my peerage. Rias's peerage, Sona, her peerage, last but not least, Rias. Because Rias is my girlfriend, I don't intend to let anyone take her from me. Riser's body lit up with intense hell flames and he growled out, I won't let a devil reject like you defeat me. Riser and Naruto charged forward with their magic empowering their physical bodies. The two began to trade fists trying to overpower one another. Meanwhile Naruto's peerage just stayed off to the side watching the battle ensue. Everyone from the stands even began to watch as the two brawling began to slow. Well, a certain Phoenix began to slow. Naruto slammed a right hook into Riser's right cheek, then a knee to his stomach, and then back fist to his other cheek. ARRGG. Riser backed up from the strikes as he held his face as he scrunched it up. You bastard. Do you have any idea who I am? Naruto didn't slow his stride. Cold, black mist coiled off his body like a blizzard-given form, and his crimson-boosted gear gleamed a low light. Yeah, Naruto said, voice calm but cutting like the edge of a frozen blade. You're a spoiled, arrogant, entitled coward who thought just because he was born into a noble house, the world would hand him whatever he wanted. Riser's flames flared, but Naruto wasn't done. You think your name gives you power. You think because you can't die, that makes you strong. Naruto's glare intensified as he stalked forward. Strength isn't about bloodline, it's about what you're willing to fight for. What you're willing to protect. Boost. The gauntlet chimed again with a fresh wave of power, frost spreading beneath Naruto's boots as each step left the ground shimmering with black ice. You tried to take Rias like she was some trophy to hang over your fireplace. But she's not an object. She's not a reward. She's a person. And unlike you, Naruto clenched his fist, his voice rising. I didn't get where I am by stepping on others, I got here by fighting for them. Riser gritted his teeth, his pride boiling with hatred. Shut up. You're just the Sitri reject. The failed Sitri. The tarnished twin. AN reject WHO shouldn't even be the heir to your noble family. You'll only bring shame to it. Boost. The boosted gear glowed with more power. Naruto paused, his gaze frozen in a glare so sharp it felt like it could slice through time itself. The black ice mist around him grew denser, crawling over the floor and up the walls like a storm ready to swallow the castle whole. The boosted gear pulsed. A deep exhale escaped him. You know, he began, his voice calm. Too calm. I've been called a lot of things. Too wild, too reckless, even, not devil enough. I heard it all when I was younger. People whispering that Sona should have been the sole heir. He smiled, but it wasn't kind. It was cold. I used to think maybe they were right. Maybe I didn't belong. Naruto felt that was true, because of his memories of his past life. He took a step forward. The floor froze solid beneath his foot. But then I realized something important. Another step. The icy mist surged, and a deep crack split the tiles beneath them. I don't need to be the perfect heir. I just need to be me. Because I'm the kind of heir who will fight for what matters. For the people I care about. For my peerage. For my sister. For my family. Naruto reached to his hip as if he was reaching for a sword on his hip. A frozen black scabbard appeared on his hip. Naruto drew a pitch-black ice katana from his hip. He pointed it directly at Riser, his crimson gauntlet what held his blade. Boost. His sword now was coated in the power Naruto accumulated into his blade, and most of all, for Rias Grimori. The woman I love, if you think calling me a tarnished twin even hurts me. Naruto laughed coldly, stepping into a stance. He took a stance similar to an anime character that Rias noticed. It was Ikki Kurigane. It just proves one thing, Riser. Naruto began to rush forward as he coldly said, "You've already lost." Riser screamed and charged, flames bursting violently from his body as he roared, "I am Riser Phenex. I can't be defeated by scum like you." Naruto shot forward, cloaked in black ice and raw emotion. Ice began to spread from his body as the air itself froze as Naruto ran towards Riser. The two collided in a flash of fire and frost which began to spread throughout the arena. Kuroka, Itachi, Valerie, Sharon, and Zest all had to jump back. Just then the flames were quickly snuffed out and frozen. Riser froze as Naruto disappeared from behind him. Naruto was facing away from him with his sword stuck out to the side. Riser chuckled, "You missed. Now it's time to, ha. Riser looked down as he saw a slash across his body, but he noticed black ice on his chest. What is Ak? Riser coughed up blood as he fell to a knee. The ice began to spread around the rest of his body as he felt his body freezing up. Naruto walked up to Riser and held his sword up to his chin. "Give up, you've lost this battle." Riser growled angrily as he began to summon more, and more flames from his magic. I won't lose not to a pathetic worm like you." The flames around Riser began to intensify further, actually beginning to melt Naruto's ice. Soon Riser broke out of Naruto's ice prison. As Riser smirked, "What now tarnished Sitri? What now? Your plan failed." Riser panted as he looked to. Naruto smirked as he stuck his hand out and summoned a ton of ice kunai. He then flung them all at Riser as they cut him across his body and stabbed into him. "I wouldn't say that if I were you, Riser. Because here's the thing, I've figured out the weakness of the Phoenix clan." "No, lies." Riser rose, his body temperature further melting the ice on his chest. However, his healing factor also halted as the wound on his chest began to bleed. What is happening? How can this be?" Naruto dashed forward and appeared before Riser as he jumped in surprise. Naruto quickly shoved his fist into his gut, then threw another punch to his cheek, which caused a cut to appear on his cheek, and Naruto followed up with a kick. This sent Riser flying away as he then skidded on the ground 10 feet away from Naruto. Riser held himself back up as he tried to catch his breath. He was still breathing hard once he stood up. Riser placed a hand on his cheek. "This is impossible." Riser then moved his hand, which was covered in blood, in front of his face. Why isn't it healing? Huff. What is going on? "It's simple, you Nimrod. I overexerted your healing factor." Naruto looked at Riser coolly as the frost mist simply rolled off his shoulders. If there's one thing that most nobles lack is physical combat capabilities. Naruto raised his hand up and extended it outwards towards Riser. Training to simply expand your magical reserves and increase your magical output. In layman's terms, you don't even hold a candle to the level of strength I have. You'd struggle against Saraord, you're barely standing up against me. This isn't possible. Riser brought his hand closer to his face as he continued to have labored breathing. I am the immoral Phoenix. I can't be beaten." "Really? We're all immortal devils, Riser. You may be part of the Phoenix house. You have an accelerated healing ability that we don't have, but that doesn't make you unbeatable. Naruto began to gather magic in his extended hand. A vortex of black ice began to swirl in the middle. Let me show you just how out of your league you really are. Naruto held his right hand up as the boosted gear began to glow. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. Scale Mail. Naruto was then adorned with the signature Scale Mail armor. Naruto holding a small sphere of swirling ball of black ice was in his hand. Boost boost, 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 boost. Riser backed up as he saw the attack in Naruto's hand. Naruto narrowed his eyes behind the helmet. Let me make one thing clear to you, Riser. Every other noble devil within this arena. ... Everyone in the stands. No one is allowed to have Rias except for me. If you do, I'll make you live to regret it. The video feed zoomed in on Naruto's appearance as everyone in the stands flinched in Naruto's power. With Rias's and Sona's peerage, the newbies flinched when they felt Naruto's power rise even further than before. Mitch asked, "Wait a damn second, aren't they supposed to be in a pocket dimension?" Rias was impressed. "Well, what do you know? You do listen to Akino's and I's lessons." Well, of course I do. Who wouldn't listen to your lessons?" Mitch fired back, knowing full well as to why he even paid any attention. It was rather easy when the two girls had their wonderful assists for him to see. Even if Rias's belonged to Naruto now. That's insane. Just how powerful is he? Mason asked as he had a sweat drop feeling the raw power from Naruto's aura. Not only that, but the place here feels a lot cooler too. Rain mentioned noticing the temperature in the areas was also dropping. Hey, that's Naruto for you, even if he doesn't mean it. He always ends up showing off more when he is like this. Rias chuckled as she had a tint of pink on her cheeks, though I guess it is for good reason. Rias looked around to see the other devils who looked at her begin to scooch over more. They did not want to mess with the Red Dragon Emperor, who is also the little brother of Seraphol. Also, not to mention just how powerful he already is, and the strongest of their generation. Yeah, pissing him off is a terrible idea. Oni-sama has always been strong, and his drive to become the strongest was always impressive. Sona added as everyone looked to her, especially her newest peerage members. He's had a strong drive for me, Rias, and reincarnated devils. Wait, they've called him that. Ya know, tarnished and failure and whatnot. Why? Momo asked. Sona seemed to almost become cold. Tsubaki fixed her glasses on her face and added, Sona-sama holds Naruto-sama in very high regard. The two were inseparable as they have always been together. He is strong, and he pushes Sona to become better herself. Oni-sama believes that the time for full-blooded devils are over. Not many of us are truly left, and is not easy for full-blooded to reproduce. Sona looked to Momo and Sona's other peerage members, so, we look to humans and other species to increase our numbers. Easily the half-breeds and reincarnated devils now outnumber us all. It would be easy for them to revolt or even usurp their masters. Tsubaki sighed as she placed her hands on her lap. There are several things that prevent us, mainly the strength, but for Sona-sama, Naruto-sama, and Rias-sama all treat us well. Some other masters like Saraord Bale also treat their servants well. Treat other fellow half-breed and reincarnated devils equal to one who is pureblood. Oh, I see, so a lot of the lesser devils support him. Rain placed a finger on her lip. It seems many of the noble devils don't like him. It's because they hold on to the old ways, even the old ways in the old Satan faction. Rias added. Wait, so, basically you guys fought a civil war, to only end up doing the same shit. Mitch looked at Rias and Sona confused. Sona sighed as she pushed her glasses to her face. Well, not entirely wrong on that. Smack. Ow, the fuck, Rain. Stop being an ass, Mitch. Rain looked to Mitch with a dry look on her face. Sona continued, anyways, there are some old traditions we follow. Like political marriages and more as such, it only continues to cause more issues. Well, it seems Naruto is vastly different from many, at least what we've seen with Riser so far. Rain looked to Riser with disgust. She wonders how his peerage members can serve a person like him. Dot dot, dot dot, dot dot, dot dot, dot dot. Back with Naruto and Riser. Now, let's finish this Riser. I never want to see you by Rias ever again. Naruto took a stance and then launched from his spot, charging towards Riser. Riser panicked as he quickly went to dodge out of the attack from Naruto. Riser saw Naruto ram the attack towards his stomach. Riser quickly moved his body to the side, avoiding the thrust from Naruto. Naruto brought his left around and kicked Riser away as he crashed into a wall. Riser looked behind him to find the castle that he was stationed in. Naruto, with the attack still swirling in his hand, frowned. You know, a part of me does feel bad for you. Riser sneered, hearing that. What? You're pitying me. His voice was quiet, but cut like glass. Yeah, I pity you. Riser flinched. Naruto's expression hardened, because for all your power, your title, your immortality, and your family's name, you never once understood what it means to fight for someone else. Naruto prepared the attack he still held with his hand. You fight because you want to be admired. You fight because you think you deserve things, titles, women, love, as if they're rewards handed out to the strongest. But you've never loved anyone but yourself, Riser. That's why you lost. That's why you'll keep losing. It's a damn shame. You have everything to protect, and yet you aren't worth for others to protect. Riser's flames flickered as he leapt forward to attack Naruto with a flaming fist. Naruto, seeing this attack, used his other hand to grab his fist. Naruto said, "Null void." Naruto's greenish energy from the boosted gear latched onto Riser's attack. It was reduced to a mere punch, which Naruto caught with his left fist. Riser stared at Naruto with his eyes widen. His lips parted, but nothing came out. Naruto stepped closer as he dropped his balance breaker form and dismissed the boosted gear. The air around him swirling with frost, his voice cold and calm. You thought having Rias would earn you worth and meaning with the title of Grimori. But she's not a trophy, not just useful for her last name. She's a person, a brilliant, beautiful woman who deserves to choose who she loves. And guess what? Naruto leaned in just slightly. She chose me. With those words, Naruto raised his right hand back up with the spiraling sphere of black ice change into a large broadsword. His hand, think of Meliodas, broadsword attack with his darkness magic. Flash freeze this into your memory, Riser Phoenix, because this is the moment your pride shatters for good. Riser's eyes widen in panic as he saw the blade of ice Naruto had in his hand. Riser up against the wall of the castle broke. What? That C could serious harm someone. I could die. Hey, that can kill me, ya know. Fimbulfrist, Naruto called out as he brought the hand broadsword down on Riser. No, stop. I give up. I surrender. Crash gzzzztt. Asterisk. An explosion of ice rocked the area, causing Naruto and his peerage to take a step back. The group all saw large pillars of black ice up against Riser's castle. Riser was frozen partially. His back was frozen to the frozen castle he was a part of. Riser looked at Naruto with wide eyes, and the black ice great sword. It was buried into the wall of the castle as Riser turned to the left. He saw the blade just mere inches from his face. Not to forget that part of his face was also frozen. With Riser's surrender, Graphius spoke up. Riser Phoenix King, retired. Naruto relaxed as he released his broadsword from his hand as he chuckled. He turned to his peerage members as they came walking up to him. Nya. We did it, Naruto-sama. How did we do? Kuroka jumped onto Naruto's back as she wrapped her arms around him. Naruto chuckled as he looked to her. Why, yeah, we did. Now Rias doesn't have to worry about this issue ever again. Naruto smiled as he nodded his head, and soon the Naruto and his group were teleported out of the dimension. Arena Hall. Naruto soon appeared with his peerage, the teleportation light fading around them. Before he could even take a breath, he felt a familiar warmth crash into him. Rias. Naruto blinked. Rias Grimori had thrown herself into his arms, her hands clenching the back of his jacket, face buried into his chest. She trembled slightly, and for the first time in a long while, Naruto realized how scared she must have been, how much this battle weighed on her. Thank you for doing all this, even if in the beginning, you were doing it just for being friends. But now, you did it because you loved me, she murmured, her voice soft and vulnerable. Naruto smiled gently and wrapped his arms around her waist, resting his chin atop her head. And I told you that I'd never let anyone take you away, that was my promise. Now you're mine, Rias. And I'm yours, always. The crowd around them gave them a little space, a few snickers, a few eye rolls, and more than a few glares from the other girls in Naruto's peerage. Akano, standing to the side, had her arms folded under her chest, lightning quietly crackling off her fingers. She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. My, Rias, lucky girl, Akano said, tilting her head. You got him to say something so sweet. I might have to electrocute him until he says something like that to me too. Kuroka growled softly from behind Naruto, ears twitching, tail flicking side to side like an annoyed cat. Naya tilde Naruto-sama, that hug looked really tight. Don't tell me you like girls with big crimson hair and spoiled princess attitudes now. That's so unfair. Valerie Teps stood quietly, hands clasped in front of her. Her eyes were lowered, and she said nothing, but the faintest pout formed on her lips. Sharon watched too, expression flat. But her grip on the hem of her skirt tightened. She didn't say it aloud, but she was clearly thinking, I should have hugged him first. Zest narrowed her eyes as she watched the embrace. Something within her fluttered. Not exactly anger, not quite longing. What is this feeling? She didn't understand it yet, but seeing Naruto so intimately close to someone else, it didn't sit well with her. Sona sighed and smiled as she placed a hand on her hip. Well, I guess at the end of the day, if all is well it ends well. That's my Oni-sama, doing things for anyone to help them out. Just who he is. Of course, causing many maidens to end up falling for him. Searsex chimed in, adding in a chuckle as he watched the two hugging one another happily. Bravo, little brother, a playful voice chimed. Naruto turned his head slightly to see Seraphol Leviathan, her magical girl-themed outfit glittering obnoxiously as she floated toward him with a proud grin. Heir Sitri and Kronak followed behind her, arms folded, clearly impressed. Seraphol sparkled. You obliterated that flaming chicken. Levi Tan is so proud of her cute little sibling. Kronak chuckled with pride in his voice. That's my son. He's so strong. I couldn't be prouder. Well done, Naruto Sitri, said Searsex Lucifer, walking forward beside Graphia. The mouse smiled warmly at him. You fought with conviction, and more importantly, with love. My sister's heart is safe with you. Zeodicus and Venelana Grimori stood nearby. Venelana wore a serene smile, brushing a lock of her brown hair behind her ear. You reminded me of Zeodicus in our younger days, she said softly. Zeodicus chuckled. Yeah, if I remember it was my politeness and my charisma, if I remember, my dear, Venelana. Venelana turned to him, her smile still graceful but now edged with teasing mischief. Was that before or after you tripped over your own cape trying to impress me at the Pureblood Summit? Zeodicus froze mid-pose, blinking. That was years ago. I thought we agreed to never bring that up again. She smirked and leaned against his arm, voice low and affectionate. You're lucky I found it charming. Naruto quietly chuckled as he overheard them, glancing at Rias. Your parents are kinda adorable. Rias groaned into his shoulder, clearly embarrassed. Please don't encourage them. Graphia simply nodded, expression unreadable as always. You've earned more than just Rias's affection. You've earned respect. Rias pulled Naruto into one last embrace and whispered, this is only the beginning, Naruto. He looked out at the massive gathering of devils, noble heirs, and powerful elites all watching him. The fire of battle had passed, but something deeper now took root in his chest. Love, purpose, family. He smiled to himself. Yeah, he whispered back. Let's make it a great beginning. With the most events that have finally begun to calm down and relax. Not everyone went to go see the battle against Riser and Naruto. Naruto hasn't gotten a chance to meet not only Rias's new peerage members, but a new member of their house. When she was taken back after Naruto rescued Rias from Zolgir, Zest, and a new girl with blonde hair and green eyes was brought back to the house. Of course, this young lady was a lady of the cloth. Naruto woke up from his sleep as he slowly opened his eyes. Naruto looked up to find the ceiling of his room. He went to move his right hand up but didn't move as he felt a weight. He looked to his right to find Rias firmly attached to his side. Naruto moved his left hand, it being free, moved over towards Rias's face. He gently placed a hand on her clear porcelain white skin. Her hair was gently laying on her pillow, Naruto's shoulder, framing her face, and sprawled out on the bed. Naruto looked at her with a small blush appearing on his face. Seeing her relaxed expression as she slept next to him peacefully made him smile. Naruto leaned closely as he gently placed a kiss on her cheek. Naruto gently slid out of bed and pulled some clothes on as he was currently in the nude. Typical Rias, whatever reason she can only sleep in the nude. As well as likes to strip others naked, to sleep with them. Or at least her significant other, in which he hopes she only does that too. Naruto made his way downstairs to the ground floor and made his way into the kitchen. Naruto was rather surprised to find their newest resident awake. "Oh, good morning, I remember you. You're the girl that Zolgir kidnapped, how are you holding up?" The girl suddenly jumped as she turned around to face Naruto. She is a beautiful young girl with long blonde hair and green eyes. Her hair flows all the way down to her back, with split bangs over her forehead and a single strand sticking out from the top and sloping backward. Her attire consisted of a dark teal nun outfit with light blue accents, a white veil over her head with light blue accents, with brown boots with black straps in an X-shaped pattern. She also wore a silver cross necklace around her neck. She quickly bowed. "Oh yes, I am. Thank you so much for saving me that day." Naruto noted her Japanese was shaky, but shaky. Naruto wanted to know if there was another language she would be more comfortable to speak in. "By chance, what is your native tongue? Maybe we can speak in that if it's more comfortable for you." Naruto asked, to which her face brightened up. "Oh, Italian." She then began to change her language. "I grew up with it, and only recently began to pick up Japanese." Naruto smiled. Now speaking in Italian, "Of course, you're welcome, and please do not worry yourself. I am glad you are safe now and in a better place. So please feel free to be at ease with all of us." Naruto made his way next to her as she was trying to cook breakfast. "Please sit, relax, let me make something for you. Are you interested in anything specific?" "Oh, please, anything. I'm not picky." Naruto nodded his head as he turned to the fridge. He got out some eggs, bacon, sausage, and hash browns. The girl sat there unsure of what next to say as her hero began to cook. Naruto could note she was still nervous and was unsure of what else to say. Naruto smiled and said, "What's your name?" "Oh, I'm Asia Argento. Pleased to meet you." The now named Asia quickly bowed, happy she got to introduce herself. "I'm Naruto Sitri. Pleased to meet you as well, Asia." Naruto smiled as he looked towards her with a bright smile. Seeing the kindness come off of Naruto's face and tone was warming for Asia. Though one thing still confused her. If you don't mind, you are a devil, right?" Naruto, as he broke the eggs putting them in the pan to cook them, turned to her. He smiled. "Yeah, I am. Being of the Sitri clan, I am a full-blooded devil. As well as the heir to my family household. I am surprised. You don't dislike me?" Naruto shook his head. "No, of course not. Just because you're a human and I'm a devil doesn't mean we need to hate one another, even if you're from the church." Naruto gave her a big grin which caused her to ease up more and feel relaxed. "Oh, I see. I'm so glad." Asia's face turned to a bright smile. Naruto could sense it. This girl was pure good. She didn't have a single mean bone in her body. She is certainly something else. Naruto nodded his head. He quickly finished up cooking enough for everyone else. Soon he found himself sitting in front of Asia. As he placed a plate of food in front of her, "Please eat up, there's enough for everyone else whenever they wake up." Asia places her hands together. "Will do, itadakimasu." Asia begins to eat and Naruto did so as well. The two ate in silence. Once Asia finished, she smiled happily. "It was so good, Naruto. Thank you so much for making me breakfast." Maybe next time I can make it for you, I'm a really good cook. Naruto grinned. Sure, I can't wait to try your cooking then. Asia smiled happily at the thought. That reminds me, Asia, do you got a place to stay at? Asia frowned as she shook her head. No, not at the moment. I was recently kicked out of the church. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. How come? Why would they do that to you? Naruto saw the shine in Asia's eyes dimmer a bit. I healed a person, whom seemed like a devil. When they saw I could heal someone, they kicked me out. Healed? Naruto raised an eyebrow, but then Naruto noted something. He felt stupid. He then noticed 2 rings on her fingers. Oh, a sacred gear. Asia's eyes widened in surprise when Naruto called it that. Naruto lifted his hand as the boosted gear appeared on his hand. See, just like you. I see. Asia felt a little better hearing Naruto had one. She wasn't the only one. Even though I was kicked out of the church, I still hope I can help others. Naruto was taken back by that. She is truly a kind soul. That's nice, even after they kicked you out. You still continue to move forward doing your God's work. Well, if God wants me to do so, I will. I pray and ask for his guidance wherever I go. I am glad I am here now. I am safe thanks to you, as well as thanks to God. Asia placed her hands together in prayer, thankful as to where she is now. Since you have nowhere else to go, why don't you stay here? Asia looked to Naruto surprised. Of course, if you're okay with living with devils, half-devils, and other races. Asia smiled as she bowed to him. I'd love to. If you don't mind me imposing, and if I ever am imposing too much, I'd be more than willing to leave if necessary. Everything you've already done for me is already enough as is. Naruto raised his hand up. Please, I do not mind at all. There is no reason not to help you. Regardless, you were forcibly removed from where you were before. Heck, we can even have you enroll in our school. Asia's eyes widened at the idea. School. I've never been to school before. It would be nice. Naruto could see the little shine in her eyes. Of course, we can place you depending on how old you are. You can live your life as a normal girl, if you don't wish to go back to the church. Asia smiled as she thought about it. It sounded nice, but it also hurt to think she couldn't go back to her faith. Asia shook her head. I still love God and wish to continue to praise and adore him as always. But I'm sure if I continue to do his work and follow the path he has given to me, which was you, Naruto, I feel like I should follow the path he has set for me. You really don't mind that we're devils, do you? No, I do not. Just because you are devils, does not make you evil or a bad person. From what I've experienced so far, it's been nothing but greatness from you so far. Naruto chuckled as he scratched his cheek. Why don't we get your ID and school enrollment stuff going? I can contact Sirzex and get you in. We all go to Kuo Academy. Well, I'm currently 14 years old. I see, so that would make you a second year in middle school at the Kuo Academy Middle School. You're 1 year ahead of Sharon, but she is someone you could get along with. Naruto looked to her with a smile on his face. Does that work for you? That sounds wonderful. Asia placed her hands together as a bright smile adorned her face. Naruto nodded his head. Well then, since I know others got things to do. I don't. Why don't we go shopping? Get you some proper clothes and all. I can show you around Kuo as well, that way you can know your way around. Sure, let me go grab my bag and we can go. Asia stood up to leave but then stopped and turned to Naruto. This is a bit embarrassing, but I don't have any money. Naruto waved that off. Oh Asia, no need to worry on that. Naruto walked up and placed atop her head. I'm buying what you need, besides I asked you to stay with us. Asked you to join our school and more, so it's only my responsibility to look after you. Asia blushed as she nodded her head. Thank you, Naruto, what you're doing for me is very generous, and I'll forever be in your debt. Though, I hope this is all alright with you completely. Because, I know for a fact you might not be able to return to church or anything like that. Are you okay with that? Asia looked down at her hands as she thought about what Naruto said. Sure, he just said it not too long ago, but she gets why he asked again. He wants to make sure she absolutely wants this. She is okay with what is about to happen. Asia shook her head and smiled once again. No, I am happy where I am now. All this had to happen because God wanted this, so I shall follow unless something changes. I believe this is the path I must follow. Besides, you're the first and only decent people to take me in. Even though I am your natural enemy, you still decided to take me in. With a grin on Naruto's face, he nodded his head. Well then. I need no other confirmation than that. From this day forth, Asia, you're now under my family's and I's protection. I shan't let anyone lay a finger on you nor harm you. Asia was glad at that, but she also felt a little bad. Having to have someone else take care of her, and look after her. Perhaps there was more she could do, maybe she could do more to help Naruto. As to what that will be, she is unsure. For now, let's see where life takes her. Let me go get ready, and then I'll come down so we can head on out. Naruto walked off to get ready for the day. Asia was then left to her own devices as she sat back in the chair. Just then Shuri came walking in. Hello there, Asia, how are you this morning? Shuri heard their conversation. She just simply wanted to listen and hear what was going on. She might be on the bit of a nosy side. Oh, good morning, Himahima-san. Asia quickly bowed as she saw her walk into the room. Shuri was one of the first people Asia got to know. Mainly because once she was brought back here, everyone else had things they had to do. So, Asia didn't get a chance to meet the others besides Shuri at the time. I see you had a nice conversation with Naruto-sama. The mother of Akano looked to the young ex-nun as she nodded her head. Not so bad now, is he? No, not at all. Naruto is quite wonderful to talk to. His Italian is very good. Talking to him in my native language makes me feel better. That's Naruto for you. He spent a lot of time when he came to the human world. He took time to learn all the world's languages. Just so you know, devils have a natural magical ability that automatically translates languages. Then they can speak the language when they speak, as it automatically translates for them when they speak to you. Though for Naruto he's rather different, he took the time to learn them. Asia smiled at that. It makes him much more personable. That what makes him so nice, a great person. Shuri grinned ear to ear as she noted the slight blush on Asia's face. Do you like him? Huh. Asia looked to the mother of Akano with a blush. You know. Shuri gently elbowed Asia in the side. Love at first sight, falling for your knight in shining armor, all that jazz. Besides, no need to put it bluntly, but you aren't a nun anymore. Nor a part of the church. It gives you free rein to find a lover. AAL lover. Asia began to blush up a storm when Shuri was beginning to tease her. And was Shuri going to tease her and enjoy every single bit of it? Asia began to fiddle with her fingers. No, I don't think he would see me like that. Besides, we just met, and not only that, he's currently dating Rias. Shuri shook her head as she placed her left arm around Asia's shoulder. Oh Asia, you need to see the bigger picture here. Shuri placed her head next to Asia's as she extended her right hand out. Then moved it from left to right. Rias is dating Naruto, true, but that doesn't mean he can't take on mistresses or otherwise known as other lovers. Wait. But that's... Shish. Shuri placed a finger over Asia's lips. That's all in the past now. We're here in the present where devils and more exist. It's quite common for them to have harems of their own. Besides, you aren't the only lady in this house who is after Naruto's heart. Asia felt like it would be hard to even compete to begin with. Wait, why am I? Wait, no. Nasty thoughts. Asia placed her hands together. Lord, please forgive my dirty thoughts and my desires. There's Rias, Akano, Kuroka, Sharon, Valerie, Zest, some teacher named Chisato from the school. Wait, a teacher? But teacher and student can't. You forget he is a devil. Oh right, but still. She's coming onto him from what I'm hearing. Anyways, there's quite a handful of girls going after his heart. What's one more maiden who could potentially be head over heels for our favorite Sitri boy? But I just met him, and besides he has too many. I'm still younger than him by. Sharon is a year younger than you. She still wants a piece of him. What does that mean? Oh, you poor sweet innocent child, there is so much more to the world than you realize. Shuri began to think about introducing her to her hobbies. Just then Naruto came down to see a flustered Asia as steam was coming off her head. Naruto narrowed his eyes at Shuri. What are you doing to Asia? Oh, nothing. Shuri released Asia from her hold as she held her hands up in defense. Just talking to the young maiden is all. Asia is such a sweet girl. I overheard you were deciding to take her in. Will you make her a part of your peerage? Naruto's sweat dropped as he shook his head. Most likely not. I don't think Asia would want to be turned into a devil. As it goes against her beliefs. Besides, if she did that, she couldn't pray, touch a Bible, hold a rosary, and more. That would not be something she'd want. Asia noted that Naruto could never do that to her. Asia thought about it. She didn't entirely mind the idea of being a devil. But could she become one of his peerage members? Then there were people like Rias and Sona, whom she learned as Naruto's twin sister. They would have peerage members too. Asia pondered more of the thought, and more she thought about it. She didn't completely hate the idea of becoming a devil. As to what some of you are wondering, if I'm making her part of Naruto's peerage. Heck no, but that doesn't mean she won't join Rias like in canon. As to why, look at Naruto's peerage I gave all of you. You tell me why. As to Asia now, that is what I am deciding here. Shuri watched them both with an amused look. Enjoy your date, you two. Tilda. Both Naruto and Asia froze for a moment. It's not a date. Asia blurted out, flustered. Naruto just chuckled and scratched his cheek. Don't tease her like that, Shuri. Naruto began to leave with Asia quickly following close behind Emberest. ... Out in Kuo town. Naruto and Asia were making their way through the town as Naruto showed her around. Asia got to see all kinds of places: clothing stores, arcades, restaurants, stands, bookstores, and many more places. This was something that Asia could have only dreamt of, getting a chance to look around. That was mainly because the church always kept her in the Vatican, a place they could observe her. Well, let's start here. Clothes are important and take the longest. Let's get you a few outfits first, Naruto said. You'll need a casual wardrobe, and you'll get your uniforms for school once we get you enrolled. Thank you again for this. Really, I don't know how to repay you, Asia said as she walked beside him. Naruto smiled. You already have, by smiling. That's more than enough. Asia flushed at that and looked away, her heart thudding in her chest. The two made their way towards the store to pick out outfits. The bell above the shop door jingled as Naruto and Asia entered. The interior was brightly lit, with racks of stylish but modest clothing, mirrors along the walls, and a warm scent of fabric softener lingering in the air. A gentle-looking shop clerk, a woman in her early 30s, welcomed them kindly and instantly took a liking to Asia. What a darling young lady, she smiled, walking over. First time shopping for clothes here? Asia nodded shyly, speaking her best Japanese. Yes, ma'am. Naruto stepped in. She's new to the area and needs some casual outfits. Something that's cute, comfy, and not too flashy. The clerk gave a knowing smile. I've got just the thing. Asia was led to the fitting room while Naruto waited near the large mirror wall with a soft sigh. It wasn't long before the curtain rustled. First outfit. A soft blue cardigan over a white blouse and a pleated cream skirt. Asia stepped out slowly, fingers fidgeting with the hem of her sleeves. How does this look? Naruto looked up, and blinked. The baby blue cardigan made her eyes look even more radiant, and the white blouse with subtle frills at the collar gave her a serene, almost angelic air. The skirt flowed just past her knees and swayed with every step. You look, he paused, trying not to sound too intense, really good in that. It suits your personality, calm and kind. Asia smiled gently and spun a little, clearly enjoying the outfit. Second outfit. A casual weekend look. Light pink hoodie with a small strawberry embroidered on the chest and a pair of soft gray leggings. Asia emerged with her hair tucked behind one ear, a bit more comfortable now. The hoodie was slightly oversized on her petite frame, and the leggings hugged her legs without being too revealing. Is this okay? Naruto grinned. You look cozy, and kinda like someone who loves strawberry ice cream. Asia giggled softly, holding the sleeves over her hands like mittens. Maybe I do. Third outfit. A church-like callback, white dress with gold accents. Long sleeves, high collar, and a flowing skirt. She stepped out slower this time. The dress clearly reminded her of her past. Something about the gold trim and pure white fabric evoked the image of a young sister from the church. But it was modern enough to feel like a fashion choice rather than a uniform. Naruto noticed her hesitation. Looks like something out of a holy painting, he said softly. But, are you okay with it? Asia glanced down. I don't want to forget who I was. But I also want to move forward. He nodded. Then this is perfect. It honors both. After a few more outfits, some chosen by Naruto for fun including a pair of overalls he insisted would be great for gardening, they checked out at the front. The clerk carefully folded the clothes into paper bags and handed them over with a smile. She's lucky to have someone so kind looking out for her, the woman said as Naruto paid. He glanced at Asia, who was softly humming to herself while looking out the shop window. Yeah, he replied, smiling. I think I'm the lucky one. ... Asterisk Kuo Park bench. The two of them walked beneath a tunnel of cherry blossom trees in full bloom. The air was crisp with spring warmth, and petals fluttered gently to the ground like confetti from nature itself. Naruto carried the shopping bags in one hand and a paper bag with their lunch in the other. He used magic and sent home the clothes. Soon they found a shaded bench near a small fountain in the park. Kids ran around laughing, birds chirped, and the soft gurgle of water added to the calm atmosphere. Here, Naruto said, setting down the bags and pulling out their food. He handed Asia a wrapped-up burger and a small cup of fries. She took the burger with both hands like it was some sacred relic. This is a hamburger? She asked, examining it closely. Yup, Naruto grinned. Your first one, right? She nodded slowly, her expression unsure. I've read about them, but the nuns always told me food like this was too indulgent. That it was for people who cared too much about earthly pleasures. Naruto chuckled and unwrapped his own burger. Guess we're about to commit some serious food sins. Asia smiled, then nervously brought the burger to her lips and took a small bite. Her eyes widened instantly. She blinked, then took a larger bite, muffling a surprised hum of delight. It's really good, she said, her voice nearly reverent. Warm, and soft, and the flavor is so strong. And the cheese, what is this magic? Naruto leaned back, laughing. It's called being free to enjoy stuff. Welcome to the good side of life. I like to believe that God wanted you guys to enjoy your lives. Asia giggled, brushing a bit of ketchup from her lip. They ate quietly for a moment, just soaking in the sun and sounds around them. Then Asia's gaze drifted to the clear blue sky. I never thought I'd be able to sit like this, she said softly. Eat lunch outside, talk to someone. Naruto turned to her, sensing the tone shift. What do you mean? Asia rested the burger in her lap and folded her hands. At the church, I was always watched. I was blessed with a sacred gear, twilight healing, so the priests and sisters said I was touched by God. A miracle child. They kept me away from the others. Told them I was special and that being around people could taint me. She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. No one was allowed to talk to me unless it was prayer or duty. I never got to know any children my age. Never got to laugh or cry with someone. I was alone, but I thought it was normal. Naruto frowned, anger briefly flickering in his chest. That's not right. That's not holy. That's prison with pretty words. Asia glanced at him, surprised at the bite in his tone. He sighed, calming himself. You're not some tool. You deserve people who care about you because of you, not your powers. I'm sorry you went through that. Her eyes softened. You don't need to be sorry. I'm here now, and this, being with you, eating this food, hearing laughter, it's like waking up from a long dream. A warm dream. I hope I get to experience this more with others, with lots of friends. Naruto smiled. Then let's make sure it never ends, and you get to meet lots of new friends. After they cleaned up, Naruto insisted on one more treat. Asia hesitated at the small stand, staring at all the colorful flavors. Go ahead, he encouraged. Pick anything. You ever had ice cream? She shook her head. Never. Well then, you're starting with strawberry. Asia blushed. Because of the hoodie. Naruto winked. Exactly. They sat back on the bench, now each with a cone in hand. Asia took a lick, her lips curved into the purest smile Naruto had ever seen. She giggled again and said, it's like frozen joy. Naruto made a mock-serious face. See, you're already becoming a poet. As they finished their ice cream, a sharp cry rang out nearby. A small boy, no older than 6, had tripped on the edge of the stone fountain and hit his knee. He sat on the ground, wailing, while his panicked mother rushed over. Before Naruto could move, Asia was already up. Let me help, she said gently, kneeling beside the child. The mother hesitated but allowed her. Asia held out her hand. A soft, radiant green light shimmered in her palm, twilight healing activating like sunlight through stained glass. The boy stopped crying as warmth spread through him. Within seconds, the scrape on his knee was gone, like it had never been. The boy looked up in awe. Are you an angel? Asia smiled gently. Just someone who wants to help. The mother stammered out thanks, bowing deeply, and pulled her son into a hug. They walked off, but not before the little boy waved back at her. Naruto had to use a bit of his magic to make sure the boy and mother forgot about her sacred gear. Naruto stood quietly, watching the entire thing unfold. You really are something else, he said as Asia returned to him. She blushed, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. I just like doing kind things. I was given this gift by God. I need to use as it is intended to be used. He looked at her, heartwarm and proud. And you did. That's the real miracle. They walked home slowly under the falling cherry blossoms, Naruto now fully realizing that this girl, gentle as she was, had endured so much and still chose kindness. And Asia, walking just a bit closer to him now, felt something she'd never known before. Belonging. ... Back at home. The two arrived home to find the others in the living room chatting. With Sharon snacking and Kuroka doing the same as the group were watching TV. Or talking. Sona along with Rias and their queens were playing a game of chess. Rias looked over. Oh, Naruto. Asia, you two are back, but I have to ask, where did you two go? Rias raised an eyebrow. Shuri heard the two come in and interjected. Oh, I see your errands went well. Did you pick up clothing I suggested for Asia? Naruto, realizing she was trying to help, nodded his head. Yup, Asia is all set to go here. Sona raised an eyebrow but decided not to continue to pry. It was clear Naruto was being Naruto. I see. Well, welcome back Oni-sama. Asia, I'm glad you're beginning to adjust here. Sorry we haven't been around much. Oni-sama's challenging of Riser for Rias's hand took a lot of our priority. Please don't worry about it. Asia waved it off as quickly as Sona finished. I understand you all have lives and one another to worry about. I'm just thankful I was saved and was given a place to stay for a bit. NYA, well, welcome to the Sitri Grimori humble abode. But I need to ask, what are your plans now? If I remember correctly, you're a nun, right? Everyone began to look in interest. Kuroka, Akano, Tsubaki, Sharon, Kiba, and Zest were there. Well, Naruto jumped in. Well, it's simple. I offered her asylum here with us, as she was excommunicated from the church. Wait, really? Sona's eyes widened in confusion. That seems extreme. Rias added. Everyone was curious as to what could have possibly caused this. Naruto could see that Asia was still quite unsure. It's her right to tell us when she is ready, no reason to force it. I decided it because she was a nice person. She doesn't mind one bit that we're devils. Besides, I'm sure they aren't going to be coming back and ask her to return. Asia shook her head. No, it's fine if they want to know. I think it's only fair if I'm living under the same roof as them. I was a member of the church with a sacred gear known as Twilight Healing. Though, one day a man I ran into was injured and hurt. I learned real quickly he was a devil and was badly injured. Asia shook her head to the left and right. I healed him, because it was the right thing to do. He was hurt and needed help, and God gave me this gift. So, I healed him, when the others found out I could heal devils. It was branded a heretic and kicked out of the church. I don't remember lot after that, since I was given to someone. I guess that's how I ended up with that devil. But in terms how I got there, I don't remember because I think I was knocked out. Kuroka frowned at this. That's basically as good as killing you, giving you to someone like that. Or more or less letting you go off on your own. They're garbage, Sharon added. Well, I'm glad you're safe and you're here now. Rias stood up from her seat and walked over to Asia. She gently pulled her into a hug. You're in safe hands here, regardless of if you were church before or not. Naruto trusts you and brings you here for a reason. I can tell you're a gentle soul. So I do not mind whatsoever if you're here. Agreed. Sona smiled as Tsubaki nodded her head in agreement. Well, it seems this place just got one more person bigger nya. Kuroka cheered out. Fun, Sharon added as she narrowed her eyes at Asia. She was unsure if she was competition. Got no issues here, welcome to the family. Itachi noted as he sent Asia a wave. Welcome. Akino bowed to her. Asia had some tears build up in the corner of her eyes, of course. I'm glad to be with you all. Thank you all for looking out for me. Asia gave a polite bow to everyone. Naruto placed a hand on her shoulder. See, I told you everyone would accept you. Look at that, you got more friends now, and a family. Asia smiled brighter at the idea. Thank you so much everyone. Asia almost had her own glowing of holy light around her as she said that. Everyone felt a gunshot go through their chest seeing Asia gleam so brightly. Everyone now understood. No matter what, no matter how, she is to be protected at all costs. Evening. Naruto prepared for the evening since he had a summons from Chisato today. It was their typical weekend get-together where she made dinner and had him over. They've been doing this for almost 3 months now. He has grown quite close with her, getting to know her on a more personable level. Rather than just being their school nurse and biology teacher. She enjoys grilled meat and hamburgers, rom-com TV shows and even anime. She enjoys a good soccer and American football game, which was surprising as soccer is a bit more of a popular sport in Japan than American football. She enjoys evenings with wine and company, mainly Naruto. As to why, he could only guess. Chisato in return got to learn more about his life and the life of a devil. Naruto soon teleported as his world changed as he found himself in the apartment of Ms. Hasagawa. Naruto arrived as he landed on the floor as he looked up to find Chisato wearing her typical nurse uniform she wears. Evening Chisato, how is everything going? Chisato, who was sitting on her sofa with her legs crossed, unfolded them. She stood up and stood at the height of 5 feet 6, which was actually slightly shorter than Rias. But one thing Rias didn't have yet on Chisato was the maturity look. Something Rias didn't have on her. The nurse of Kuo smiled warmly. Much better now that you're here, Naruto. Been quite lonesome waiting for you. Chisato made her way over towards Naruto, giving him a rather sultry look on her face. Naruto felt a shiver go down his spine as he let a small chuckle out. So, is today the usual Chisato? Indeed, but there are some things I wish to talk to you about. Chisato made his way towards the chicken, getting dinner out. Naruto made his way towards the cabinets and got plates, chopsticks, and napkins to place on the table. Once Naruto was done, he sat down as Chisato sat across from him, placing dinner in front of them. Naruto saw a variety of popular Japanese dishes: spinach ohitashi, Japanese rolled omelet, ham katsu, and white rice. Looks and smells great, Chisato. You always go above for our dinners. Chisato giggled. Dinners, I like dinner dates better. Naruto blushed as he rubbed the back of his head at that comment. Well, I guess you can certainly call it that. The two placed their hands together and said, Itadakimasu. The two began to dig into their dinner. So, tell me, what have you been up to? Noted that you all left the school premises pretty quickly on Friday. Normally you stay after school for the club. Did devil responsibilities come up? Yeah, sure did. Naruto took a bite of her rolled omelet. had to challenge Riser to the rating game for Rias's hand in marriage. Chisato's head perked up on that comment. Oh, I remember you telling me about that situation. So the time finally came to beat him, huh? Assuming you won and all. Naruto nodded his head as he thought back to it. Even after everything, I guess I never imagined I'd be where I am now. It all still feels the same just a bit, but the difference is that, well, we're dating now. Well, that's good to hear. Hopefully you two have a wonderful and great future ahead of you. She raised a glass of wine to Naruto. Glad you found someone who'll make you happy. Naruto raised his own glass of soda. Thank you. She's been one of my best friends since I could remember. Guess it was only a matter of time when she finally got me to like her as well. Chisato was surprised to hear that. Wait, so did you not originally like Rias like that? Not completely. I mean, I knew she was pretty, and probably one of the most beautiful person I've ever met. Guess continuously ignoring her advances and her direct interest in me was going to change. Not that I also didn't like her, it's more I wasn't really ready, but recent events made me change that. What might that be? Well, there was this devil by the Zolgir, who kidnapped her. Just say he was a womanizer and was after me because of the sacred gear I hold. Lot of devils hate the fact I have one. Why is that? Full-blooded devils can't get sacred gears, only humans can. As to why, we don't know, might be something to do with the god. He's the one who created the sacred gear system, but luckily I'm not like most devils. As to why some of them hate me so, they don't like me because of my nature being too kind. I also believe that the time of pure-blood devils are over, our species are dying out. We've turned to reincarnated and half-bred devils to continue our race. I see, so the original belief was pure blood to keep their status. I see now, at least I get the gist of why most would hate your ideology. But I can say you have a much more open-minded thought of this. Good for you. Chisato nodded her head seeing Naruto's reasoning, and if it is going the way he said. Half-breed devils and reincarnated devils will eventually rule over the pure-blood devils. Not only that, but the half-breed and reincarnated devils will have sacred gears, granting them more power and possibly be stronger than us. Not to mention, they completely outnumber us in general. Just something to be aware of which many are missing. I'd rather know cause the future to hate us more than needed. Rather open-minded and accepting approach, but it seems you have the right mindset for this. A smile adorned Chisato's face. It is clear that this boy, whom may be a devil, appreciates Chuck's creations. Humans are certainly resilient and resourceful when they need to be. They have stood, somewhat, the test of time since ancient times. I try to at least. This world is vast and indefinite, really anything can happen truly. Naruto smiled as he looked to Chisato. I like to things are always within reach if you work hard for it. Give it your all and never give up. Naruto had a big grin appear on his face. Chisato agreed. Yeah, I'd like to think the same thing, but I guess speaking of open-minded, I have to ask you. There is something I've been wanting to ask you. Naruto raised an eyebrow and leaned forward in his chair. I'm all ears. Anything I can do for you, just name it. Chisato got up from her side of the table and walked over towards next to Naruto. She sat on the back of his chair and sat down. She placed a hand on his shoulder and then placed it on another as she leaned in close. Naruto felt a shiver go down his spine as he looked up to Chisato with a blush on his face. Naruto loved Rias, and found her extremely attractive, but so is Chisato. It doesn't help when you have devil genes. Damn them. I was wondering if I could potentially join your peerage. I remember you telling me about evil pieces. I'd like to join if possible. Chisato brought her face up close to Naruto's as she then tapped his nose with one of her fingers. Naruto swallowed and chuckled at the touch, but then his face grew serious. I would love to have you on board, Chisato, but this isn't something ordinary humans can be just asked to join. Not that I don't want you to join, but not everyone's able to make it with devils. I can't risk you getting hurt like that. Chisato smiled as she took her glasses off and placed them on her table. She stood up and walked over towards the front of the table so Naruto could get a better look at her. She held her hand up and magic began to form in the palm of her hand. Chisato may have her godly powers sealed, but that didn't mean she still couldn't use some form of magic. She is magic caster, and she was told by him that he has a bishop that has been unused. I may have slightly lied to you, being unaware of the supernatural world. Mainly of devils, angels, fallen, yokai, and many more things like gods. Sorry for lying to you, but when I heard about you and what you did, I couldn't help it but want you for these pacts you guys do. Chisato then made a fireball, a bolt of lighting, a rock, light, dark, water, and a ball of wind magic appear around her. Oh wow, wait, for a human you're certainly talented in magic, and healing magic. Naruto was still rather surprised by this. Chisato was something else. Chisato had the elements disappear. I do hope you can forgive me for deceiving you this entire time. But I would ask you to consider, I do have quite a bit to offer. But what about family, friends, and all that? If you were to join, you'd be leaving them all behind. Chisato closed her eyes and shook her head to the left and right. I don't have any family nor really any friends to speak of. Most other girls usually annoy me, not much into gossip and all the other stuff. Not easy to find a man with my life. Usually when I do meet a man, he's usually a pervert or a lecher, so I was rather happy being single. Though, if I become a devil I feel like my horizons and more expand much more. Naruto still has his reservations on Chisato. It wouldn't be the worst thing to have her join. But even still it was strange, unusual, not normal per se. Then again there are stranger and weirder things out there. Naruto scratched the back of his head. Chisato had a lot to offer, and he doesn't have a healer within their group. He could benefit tons if she were to join as a healer. Sure, there was Asia, but as of now she doesn't seem interested in being a devil. At least for now she doesn't seem like she is. Let me think about it, and I'll get back to you within a few days. Naruto finished, which Chisato nodded and accepted the answer. Just so you know, I really do hope you consider. I think I'd be a valuable asset towards your team and household. Chisato gave Naruto a polite bow, hoping he takes her up on her offer. Naruto nodded his head and looked toward the clock on the wall. It was already 10:30 p.m., which means it's already pretty late. Naruto stood up from his seat. I'll walk back so I can think on this. You've given me a lot to think on, Chisato. I appreciate you being transparent with me, but not the lie from before. Chisato walked up and gave Naruto a hug as she buried her face into his chest. Naruto gently wrapped his arms around her, giving a slight squeeze back. Once they separated, she looked up and gave him a smile. Naruto did so too. See ya, have a good rest of your evening. Naruto waved to her as he made his way towards her door and walked out. Naruto made his way down from her penthouse towards the street from her apartment. He thought about the offer Chisato made to him. Of course, it was clear she had more to her than she originally let on. As to where and how she learned to use magic was another one. It's clear she had no allegiance to anyone. Just then, Naruto felt a magical presence as a barrier went up, a large barrier. Naruto quickly jumped into a fighting stance as a sword made of black ice appeared in his hand. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he looked left and right. Just then the magical presence appeared before Naruto and he quickly jumped back. There was a magical blast shot towards his direction. He quickly swung his sword to redirect the incoming attacks to the side. The blasts blew up behind Naruto, causing the ground to have a massive crater. Naruto saw a silhouette behind a tree with its arms stretched out. Who are you? Naruto pointed his sword at the being. Show yourself. The unknown being took a few steps forward as the moonlight shined down on the ground. This figure with a strange robotic-like head stepped forward. He has blue energy lines going through his face, light blue eyes, a almost transparent light blue body, and armor surrounding its body. He seemingly has large pauldrons on his shoulders to protect his body. The hell are you? Naruto felt something off on this guy. His power was much stronger than Zolgear. His power felt like it was on the level of Searsex. You damned devil, thinking you can do what you want. The being's aura came to life as Naruto could feel a holy aura coming off his body. Prepare yourself, devil, this is where you'll meet your end. I shall not let you get close to Aferaria. To who? Naruto shot his head to the left as a blast of light magic sword passed his face. Naruto flinched in pain as he felt his skin burn from the radiant damage. His skin began to steam as his wound closed. The being growled, "I hope you're ready, devil, because this is where you'll meet your end." He held his both hands as magic circles began to appear all around his body. Shit! Naruto began to run as he had to jump, dodge, and weave around incoming blasts of light magic. He quickly batted an incoming blast away with his sword, which he then had to duck under another blast. He then jumped to avoid two more. He slammed his ice sword against another one, which he used to the moment to land back on the ground to allow him to dodge 3 more incoming attacks by going to the left. For a filthy devil you can certainly move, but no matter. You'll tire soon, and you'll be dead. If you think, grunt. Naruto swatted at another attack, "I'm gonna die here." Naruto began to charge towards the being with his sacred gear appearing in his hand. He then threw his sword at him. The being tilted his head to dodge Naruto's attack, but Naruto extended his hand out, Ice Age. Naruto then clenched his hand together as the black ice sword he threw at. Not wanting to give the enemy a chance, Naruto dashed towards him. Naruto quickly transformed, Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. D-Drag called out as Naruto entered into his armor. Naruto began to charge up his power. Boost, 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 boost. Naruto raised his fist as he slammed it into the enemy's face. The guy faltered backwards as a punch slammed into his face as he slid back. Damn devil, how dare! He was quickly met with a left knee to his stomach, causing him to bend over. Naruto then brought his left hand encased with black ice, smashing it into his head. Naruto went to bring around his other fist, until it was stopped. Naruto's eyes widened in as the enemy had caught his fist. The being reached up and slammed his fist into Naruto's face, sending him into the barrier he put up. Naruto slammed up against the wall and fell to his knees. He felt his armor crack and his body taking the impact of the hit. Naruto slowly stood up as he took a moment to catch his breath. What the hell is he? How is he so strong? Who is Apheraria? From my recollection, Apheraria is one of the 10 gods in this world. A sibling of the original god of the Bible. God has siblings, Naruto mentally shouted in surprise. 9 of them, the strongest of them is Apheraria, the second strongest was God himself. Well shit, thanks for that, now I wonder who this asshat is then. Because I don't have a good feeling about who he is. Who the hell are you? I know the world a bit. Apheraria is one of the 10 original gods, right? The being stopped and was rather surprised. Oh, what do you know? A devil actually knows something. But I guess it's thanks to the overgrown lizard of domination, you know that. Yes, she is the strongest of the original gods. Yet she's down here gallivanting like a filthy human herself, but she is nonetheless a god. I shan't let a filthy devil like yourself, an abomination to creation itself, live. Let alone get close to her. Then it clicked for Naruto. You're talking about Chisato, aren't you? Here I thought your species were too dumb, but what do you know? You know something, but it doesn't matter, it's time for you to die. I don't know entirely what's going on, but it's clear to me you're just trying to protect her. Naruto knew he was strong, but these guys seemed to be almost on another level. Maybe the same level as Searsex, but it meant he wasn't beatable. The question is, can we reach that level of a Mao? He knew he had to be anywhere between a high-class devil and a low-class devil currently. He could probably match Esdeath and Behemoth to a certain extent, but how long could he last? They have years of experience over him, and Naruto's body is different from his last. He has at least 30 years of fighting experience, but it is probably not enough when his enemies are practically immortal and cannot die of old age. I shan't let a filthy devil like you add her to become a devil. A lowly devil like you. I can't allow her to degrade herself to such a level. The being angrily flew towards Naruto with his hand stretched out. Naruto noted that this guy completely threw away his defense to try to kill Naruto. Naruto quickly backflipped as he tried to grab him. Naruto noted that this guy was not going to relent. It was either kill or be killed. Consequences be damned here. Naruto stuck his arm up and his right hand began to glow a bright green. Naruto began to draw out the maximum amount of power he had within himself. If he didn't, Naruto knew That he could die, this guy was far too powerful for him to handle alone. Boost, 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 boost. Take this asshat. Naruto's Black Ice Broadsword had a green energy coat, showing it was empowered by the Welsh Dragon's power. Fimbulfrist. The Black Ice Broadsword slashed from the right, diagonally down into the incoming enemy. Naruto hit his mark, which caught the enemy off guard. Naruto then brought the sword back as he slashed again horizontally from left to right with the blade flat. Then took a step back and dashed forward, stabbing the blade into his stomach. The enemy's eyes widened in pain as he felt the chill of Naruto's blade throughout his entire body. Naruto went to move it, but the enemy placed his hand on Naruto's hands, not letting him budge. Grr, grr, I won't let myself, a god, be defeated by a dirty filthy devil like you. He quickly squeezed his hands around Naruto's right hand as he felt the bones in his forearms break under pressure. He then let go with one hand as he raised his hand above him, as a large sphere of light appeared above his head. Now die. He pointed his finger towards Naruto as the sphere of light made its way towards Naruto. Naruto's eyes widened as he had to do it. Naruto released his broadsword attack from his right hand, which made the blade disappear from his enemy's stomach, causing blue blood to spill. Naruto raised his left hand at the incoming attack, Null Void. Naruto shouted as the incoming attack, using the remaining power from his sacred gear to erase the sphere of light. The being growled angrily as a mere devil was able to negate his attack, and no. You continue to bore me. Naruto felt his body weaken as he fell out of his balance breaker, cursed. Naruto fell to a knee as he was breathing heavily, as he felt the toll on his body from his balance breaker. This entire time, Naruto has been putting everything into his attacks. Knowing this guy was a god, Naruto couldn't hold back on anything. His punches are magical spells. Shit, after all the training I've done, this guy is still on a different league, isn't he? You've lasted longer than most, give yourself some credit here. He isn't as strong as God, the biblical being, he is one of the weaker ones. You've caught him off guard many times. If you can, try to get him once again with his guard lowered. The being walked towards Naruto with a scowl on his face, as his wound from his stomach was slowly healing. However, the black ice that had encased his body was certainly slowing his healing. I'll give you this much, damn devil, you've hurt me far more than I realized. But this will be your end, as a courtesy, so you know who you are going to die by. My name is Ornis, and I am a god. Not one of a high caliber, but I was created by them. So, prepare yourself. Now perish. The now named Ornis held his hand up as a sphere of light appeared in the palm of his hand. Naruto's hair covered his eyes as he gritted his teeth. I don't get everything that is going on, but Huff, you're trying to kill me. Just because I know Chisato. Even if she is some god that I don't know of. The attack charged in Orni's hand as it built up right in front of Naruto's face. Once the attack stopped glowing, Naruto could feel the light emanating from the attack. It began to burn Naruto's face since it was only a few feet from his face. Once the attack was ready to fire, Naruto had to move quickly. Naruto tensed up as a white aura appeared around his body. Chuki was activated, even if it wasn't near the level of Saraward or Kuroka and Sharon. Naruto had it nonetheless, and it could help him in a pinch when he needed it. His sacred gear appeared back on his right hand, boost. Naruto lifted his right hand, directing it at Ornis. Naruto quickly summoned a black ice katana as he sliced through the sphere of light. Null Void, Naruto shouted, this time since he had only a boost. The sphere was cut, but it did not stop it from detonating in front of him. The attack blew up in Naruto's face, causing burns all over his body from the light magic. Naruto's vision, of course, was blinded until he saw the surprised look on Ornis's face. Naruto, summoning the last of his magic, shouted as a black ice broadsword took shape on his hand. Fimbulfrist. Naruto shouted as the blade stabbed into Ornis again, where Naruto stabbed before. Naruto yelled as he then grabbed his wrist by his free hand. Naruto shouted as he brought his sword down, cutting Ornis from the waist down. Ah! Ornis growled out as he brought both hands and grabbed Naruto's shoulders. He began to shed a bright light around his body, causing Naruto to burn from the light damage. I'm not dying, you insolent devil fool. You're gonna. Just then the barrier around them shattered as Naruto and Ornis stopped. The two looked over to see a figure walking from the dust. A figure came through, and Naruto saw Chisato standing there with an angry glare on her face. She walked up to the two fighting beings as she held her hand up. Naruto was pushed away from Ornis and Ornis vice versa. Naruto looked to Chisato as he looked to her unsure. He did raise a sword at Ornis. Do you know him, Chisato? Because he told me some things I think that should have come from you. Naruto narrowed his eyes at her as he moved his sword from Ornis to Chisato. You've been trustworthy with me a lot. Only now have you told me you knew magic to a certain extent. But you also are some god. Chisato, I need to know you're on my side. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to fight you even if it costs me my life. Chisato's eyes widened a bit when she saw him point his sword at him. Naruto felt his body growing tired from the battle. He was low on magic, and he was suffering from light poisoning. BTU Naruto gave her a light smile as he felt unconsciousness beginning to take him. But, I guess and now W will have to. Why you better be on my side. Naruto began to fall forward as Chisato moved forward and caught him. Chisato looked down at the unconscious Naruto in her arms as he was breathing heavily. He was sweating profusely, but ever so slightly healing. Chisato frowned when the image of Naruto pointing his sword at her. Chisato looked over to Ornis. How dare you show yourself here, Ornis? Do you have an idea who he is? Ornis growled. Why be with him, Apheraria? He's just a damn devil. Not worthy of being with you, let alone your presence. Why allows yourself to be degraded to a damn devil? Even still, you attacked him and provoked him. I can't allow that. I won't allow you to harm or kill this boy. Why not? You idiot. Do you forget who created him? Who wanted him to exist in this world? Why he was gifted one of the strongest sacred gears. Not to mention his powers exist through him. So what? So what? Chuck created him with another god. Ornis threw his left arm from the right to left. You are a god, Apheraria. Return to the realm of the 10 gods with me. That is where you're meant to be. I will not. Chisato gently laid Naruto to the ground as she walked forward. I was given permission not only by Chuck by the other 10 gods as well. If you think going against them, it's clear you're going against us. Chisato's aura flared up, as he suppressed power began to appear on her body. Her body began to glow green as her eyes glowed, and her hair turned from black to blonde. Ornis took a step back. Ornis was no longer bleeding, but still sore and tired from his fight with Naruto. Wait. The seal. You are in the human realm. Other of God's children are here. You can't be releasing your seal. Chisato glared at him. I am allowed to do as I please here. When his life is on the line, you threaten to kill him. Not only that, but you cause my trust with him break on what you told him. He even raised a sword at me, threatening me. For that, you deserve punishment. Wait, Apheraria, please. I only did this for you. I did it because I care for you. Your beauty is no match for mortal beings in this world. He fell to his ass as he began to back up until he hit a tree. Chisato shook her head. He was created with the help of Chuck and the other god. You know her. Ornis growled in annoyance as he could do nothing. Answer me. Ornis flinched and growled out. Her name was Kagaya-sama. Yay, our baby sister. Chisato glared at him with hate in her eyes. It was the one wish Kagaya had before she died, that her creation of a devil. With the powers from the other world where she created you. You go against her wishes. But Apheraria, I did this all for you. I care about and more I love. Ornis stopped as Chisato stuck her hand out and blasted Ornis into a tree. I don't want to hear it. Chisato walked up to him as she held up a magic circle. Large ball of magic appeared before her. It's time for you to die, Ornis. This is for hurting Naruto, turning him against me, for him to question his trust in me, and finally you getting him to point his sword at me. This is your punishment. This is how you'll make it up to me. Now die. Chisato fired the blast at Ornis, which erased him from existence. Chisato turned to Naruto as she walked up to him as he laid there unconscious. She saw his body was already slowly healing from the light damage. Of course, his body needed help with that, so Chisato picked him up and teleported back to her apartment. Dot dot, dot dot, dot dot. Next day morning. Naruto slowly and groggily opened his eyes to see an unfamiliar ceiling. He looked to his right and saw a wall, and a nightstand. He then looked to his left to find a lump in the bed. He gently pulled the covers over and saw a sight that caused him to hold his breath. Chisato was laying butt naked next to him. She had her arms wrapped around his waist as she laid her head on his stomach. Naruto blushed as she saw her mounds of flesh completely covering his leg. She was certainly gifted, but that was probably because she was a god. Right, she's a god apparently. Slowly Chisato opened her eyes and looked up to see a blushing Naruto staring at her. Chisato smiled as she moved up on the bed and pushed Naruto back down. Chisato smiled and giggled as she placed a hand on his chest. You know, this is the first time I've ever had a man on my bed, UFU, a cute one at that. Well. My Ka-chan always said I was a cute kid, ahaha. Naruto said nervously, forgetting the fact she was a god right now. If anything, his devil instincts were telling him to push her onto the bed. Do what he wanted with her, but against his better morals, and the fact he is dating Rias. That would be cheating, and Naruto isn't about that life. Well, Chisato decided to sit up, normally deciding not to tease Naruto too much. She was already on thin ice with him. Totally no pun intended there. How do you feel? Naruto stretched his arms and rotated his shoulders. He felt the light damage to his body was completely reversed. The light within his body was also purified completely. I feel great, so thanks for healing me. I'm glad to see you're on my side here, but I need to know why as a god, if he is one. So hated towards me, and you're a god too now. Chisato sighed as she grabbed a cover and covered her modesty. She sat there and lifted a leg up so she could get comfy. Whatever we talk about here, no one know about this. Not ever Rias, the Maus, or anyone else in your peerage. Because this is all very sensitive information, the best way to start off. You're still a devil, you are the twin to Heir Sitri, little brother to Serafal, and son to Kronak and Heir Sitri. However, all of your powers, mainly the sacred gear, your healing factor, your blue flames, and more that will come. All come from one of the 10 gods, her name is Kaguya. She is the youngest of us 10 gods, and I am the oldest. My real name is Apheraria, but I chose to live amongst the humans. To mainly look after you once you came to the human world. Wait, back up the boat. Kaguya. Naruto's eyes widen as he said this. She's a god who created me. In a sense, yes, she gifted you her powers. Chisato smiled, thinking back to Kaguya. She was one of the few gods she really loved and cared for. Everyone did, we all cared for her, so her passing was a hurt for all of us. So, when she did leave, Chuck and I knew about your existence. Chuck wanted to make sure, well, you had a decent chance at surviving. So, he gifted you the boosted gear with the aid of a Shinigami. Naruto stared at her blankly, completely in utter shock. What? Chisato smiled as she knew it was a lot for him to take in. Chisato reached up and placed her hands on his cheeks. I am sorry for deceiving you on everything, but I hope you can understand as to why I did it. She moved her face close to Naruto's as he saw the look in her eyes. I really do care for you, Naruto. I want you to live and be happy. Whether I get to be in your life is up to you. Chisato gave him a small frown adorning her face. I want to look out for you, I want to be there for you. But know that I am limited in my powers, I can only grow stronger under your peerage. She then turned towards the window in her room. Other gods who threaten your life I cannot protect you from. Gods like Zeus, Indra, Ashura, or Buddha. Heck, not even Big Red or Orpheus I cannot unlock my seal to protect you. Only from us 10 original gods can I protect you from. As of now I've taken one out that was made by Kaguya, as I, nor she could have determined he would try to kill you. That fits the current requirement of me getting to defend you. Naruto was visibly confused and shocked by all this and still shook his head. He knew what she was trying to do, she was truly trying to help him.